Okay, so the next week plan is to see if we could break 68.69 for this week high. Okay, now keep one thing in mind. This is the high, which we all know. We have a lower bar and we have an inside bar. So there's two of them. If next week S&P breaks 66.46, the weekly swing will turn down. So keep that thing in mind. Okay. So 66.46 low is it must hold because that will be the first time since the April low that the swing will turn its direction to the downside. So it's still up because we're only at two. This low must hold for next week. Okay. So I gotta watch this. We're gonna watch this really careful to see if because if the weekly structure is starting to roll over, yeah, you don't instantly go right back up. Just keep that thing in mind as well.
Oh,
Okay.
can I say something?
Mm, yes.
This the difference of inside bar this time, which is versus the three in the past.
Mm,
This time it is a bearish harami because inside candle is red candle, whereas the past three inside candles are green. And also, you don't look at this, but if you look at the MACD, it's it's the crossing, it's crossing down, and then the
mm.
RSI is going down. And so I'm not really sure. I don't think that this inside bar is a bullish inside bar. I think it is rather a bearish inside bar, what they call bearish harami. And those people who look at the candles.
Well, if I put a candlestick pattern here, which is right here, is highlighted straight away,
Yeah,
it
because they're
doesn't triggers a
because
bearish pattern here. It did it here, but
yeah,
when I
because
go,
past inside bars are green bars, but this time it is a red bars. And
no,
not only that, MACD is deteriorate is it just about to cross the those exponential lines are just about to cross, and then RSI is going down. So I'm not quite sure if this inside. I don't think that this inside bar is a bearish inside bar.
you have look. Let me explain you this way. It all depend. I understand the candle patterns are a good way to look at them. To kind of depends on how we close this and this. When it comes to an inside bar that consider as a compression bar, I wrote everything yesterday on a Twitter as well. I did a post because too many people getting so panicked because you have to. GAN has did a study on them, and there's so many insight. If you read about the inside bar, even ask ChatGPT is going to explain you the same thing. It's a neutral bar. Okay, it's the most. First of all, is the most difficult bar to trade. Why? Because it's not a trending bar. Okay. So there's so many ways that you can look at them. Like, okay, if I want to do just a strength, okay, well, yeah, I mean, consider red as a weak strength. So we have red here, and red here, right? So now I can change it like this. So so that's your green bars. So that gives you a strong, and then the red ones are weak. So the inside bars are considered as depends. Well, we close flat. I mean, for the week. So the price is like. I mean, and now if I change that thing to, let's say, colored volume, we can do time internal bar strength. There's so many. We don't want to just keep them flat, just a single color. You know, I mean, look, we have again swing pattern. We have bearish harami, this and this. I mean, that's doesn't. I mean, I have this candlestick pattern here that just like if we look at here, this was a bearish pattern. What happens the week we end up going sideways and then we're going up? Same thing here, bearish pattern, going sideways in the inside bar, going back up. We don't had and we don't this, you know what all we did was at the very top where we put the top right there 2 weeks ago, we end up putting a doji. Okay. So the doji candles that we have on based on the weekly bar, we have one, two, three, four, five, six. So we have six doji weekly candles since April low, all the yellow ones. So the bearish structure will form based on this. I mean, it could trigger. I mean, we don't know that, but we're gonna know when if the direction of the swing flips. So that's what I said earlier is we have two bars that pointing to the downside because we haven't made a new high here and we haven't made a new high here. So next week we gotta watch this 66.46. So if the price moves down, okay, this thing will uh, it will turn this thing, it will flip the swing down. But that is all depends on the close. If that low has made will get made, yes, like next week, and if it rips right back up back to 68, 69, same week, next week, it will engulf that bar. Okay, so that means that the direction of the swing is still gonna stay up. So it meaning that we have two, not the three. So we're gonna have to watch the close though. Okay, so we'll see what happens, how the week is gonna go. So as long as if if Monday or if let's say not on Monday, let's say on Tuesday, if Tuesday we take out this low, so then the market needs has 3 or 4 more days to go back up to 68, 69. Okay, so if it's made a low and if it's somewhere closes down here below the 68, 69, the swing is gonna flip down. So we'll see what happens. This next week is very important for this. And the question is,
And it all depends on the NVIDIA. And the NVIDIA, it could
it's
be
gonna
a
be
sell event,
baked in
s-
earnings. We all know
sell the
that.
event, sell the
Correct.
event.
Here is the thing that, we're looking at the weekly bar. I'm looking at a daily structure here, right? It's starting to looks like a triangle, but it's too early to call it, right? So the week we just had, um, since yesterday, where's my we this is the week we had. So we have this five candle for this week. So on Monday we closed here. So, sorry, the we start the week with a gap up, right? So this gap right there. So we were making lows, we gapped up. So we have one, two, three. So we have three bars that went up with the acceleration gap. That happened, and then the swing flip. And I was in puts, as you all know, and I was looking for this move. What happened was is I know that there's a sell signal sitting right here against this low, this high, and price gapped up, and I believe we put a puts to open a trade here the second day or something, and then as soon as the the swing flipped, I was like, okay. I mean, I said I'm just gonna close the trade. Even the fact that I know that the sell signal here didn't get invalidated because the price here has not taken out the 68.82. So I closed the trade. So then, yes, then 2 days ago, this sell-off triggered, you know? So it's a little mixed read for me. This is where, I mean, I closed them and I don't know what uh, let me see, closed them at 250. So I paid no, yeah, 221. So I paid 250, I know. So for 250, I closed them at 221. So I was like, okay, because the only reason I took that trade down is because the swing the swing flipped to the upside. So when that happened, I was like, there is going to be a pretty good chance that this thing is going to fail, meaning that it's going to take out this high right there. The meaning that the sell signal is going to fail. Even the fact that I know this thing was still there at the end of the day, as you can see. But then the next day right there, we got this sell off right there. See the sell signal still sitting there because the price is not the one above 68.82. So this roller coaster for this 3 days and then 2 down days, you know, this is where it puts the whole week into an inside week. Okay, it's like a kangaroo market, So you rallied up and you just come right back down. So we closed the week 0.8%, still positive. It's crazy like how market trades is so much like you're thinking like, the were down so big, but at the same time when you look at the number, it was like, okay, we're just sitting flat for the week. So I mean, for the month, it's down 1.55% for the month. So, I mean, market, as you can see, is clearly taking a little bit of a breather, right? For after this run from April low right here. I mean, now the thing is, as of yesterday close, I'm talking about daily time frame. The direction of the swing is up because we have three bars to the ups to went up to the upside, and then we have two to the downside. Okay, so for the daily swing to flip to to turn back down, meaning that it has to come back down again to make another lower low. So then we will have one, two, and three. So if that's the case, I mean, we'll see what happens on Monday. But if we take the first low to this we of yesterday low right there, and we just kind of like draw this line, and then we just put this, it looks like this price is starting to compress, right? It's like a compression zone. So now the question is that are we heading this way? Well, we're gonna find out. So this is a 50-day moving average, which has been tested 2 times so far. So we tested it here on the 7th, and we tested again yesterday. So the both times the close was much higher to the where the 50 is sitting. So the 50 is at where 66.87, right? So it shows that the market is not willing to um, give out the crack the 50 moving average. We haven't got a close below it yet. It's been tested twice, but it closed higher. So I'm just kind of like It's a little tricky mixed read right now, that we know the rotation and all the other stuff is, and we have the cell signal triggered here. And I'm well aware of that. This is the fifth signal. We talked about this thing last week as well. That previous four cell signal which triggered somewhere back here were all failed. This is the fifth one. So for this signal to invalidate, the price needs to break 68.82. Then it will go away. Until then, it's gonna stay on the board like this. So we just gonna have to watch this and see what happens because of the from the downside here, if we start breaking this 50 and we're starting to see one or two daily closes below this, so then we're looking at down here to 65.50 to this low, you know, and then this is all the downside from there. So the volatility has to kind of go nuts, for this move to happen. So you're looking at almost like 300 point move to the downside. But if we look at the structure, one side says the direction is up, and this side says the direction is down. So it's a little mixed read, So that's why I kind of took it a little easy once. I mean, it would be nice if I would have just held those, and the trade, but it's okay. I mean, few points, it doesn't make a big difference. So it just kind of little, I was kind of like little, kind of couldn't really get a clear read, because I usually, the swings, what I have, which I always see on charts on the GAN side, which is technically plotted here as well, because the one side screen is showing a bullish price action, while this screen here is showing a bearish price action. So it's kind of a little bit of a mixed read. So it's just not something that, I'd much rather have a clear read to initiate, put out more trades and stuff. So I'd rather just wait few more days just to get more price clarity and then, and then position from there. I don't mind putting another, I'll open up another, put butterfly to the downside. That's not a problem, but I just need to get both both sides has to be on the same page. So that's the, you can't just, it makes a little bit of a confusing part on my end as well. Like I'm defending, like like I want to play the downside. This screen tells me to take a shot to the downside, while the other screen is telling me to stay bullish, because the swing turns up. So we'll see, because now if you have to look at like all the other indexes across, now you have to look at Russell, right? And the Russell is pretty weak as well, as you can see. See, has a sell signal here, has been trending down, right? Now this one has already closed several times below the 50 moving average, as you can see here. It does, it's it looks like a really nice bullish wedge pattern, as you can see right there. So if it could hold and kind of make his way out, that's going to be the trade. But for now, well, we have this. I mean, it doesn't, you just have to read what the screen tells you, right? So we don't have a buy signal yet. So it's still, the rotation on the small caps looks terrible. Is this here? Look at this. The small caps are just getting toast. Look how deep this thing is going. So there is a rate cuts are coming, this and this. It will help a small cap, correct? And now we have the rate cuts, and look where the growth is going. You see, you always have to look. You have the only way to be to be uh, to position in the market. You have to look at the market 6 months ahead of time. There is absolutely not a chance that you could trade on based on on today's from day to day basis. Market is ahead of us, well ahead of us, based on the future, like the earnings and stuff. So the move that Russell made all the way back to the upside, which technically I think it has a double top. Go back again. I think we have a double top here. Not We made some room, but not as much, from this high right there. So we kind of recovered all the way back up. We should kind of make some room to the upside, but we're just kind of like backing off. But that's not I mean, if you look at the S&P, look how much it went up from this high after recovering. This was the leg down here. You see like how much room that you make to the upside, because you don't see that in Russell, right? So I don't know if this is starting to it looks like it. I mean, if we're doing this, you know, I mean, it's at looking at the volatility and the volume, it that's what you want to see it here anyways. So if that's the case, we're gonna watch and see. Um, but for now, I mean, um, we just need to see if it could. Well, first of all, it needs to close above this 50 moving average, which is starting to go into the sandwich trade. Remember, I talk about this trap between 50 and 200. So we're kind of pushing down toward in this kind of a job zone. I mean, well, 200 is way down here, but it's up 7% now. I mean, for this week, it was down 1.83%. So compared to the S&P, S&P was up like 0.8%, not Russell because of this. See, just when you put everything together, it's gonna show you the real weakness and the strength, what you wanted to see. So we've been tracking this every single day. I post this thing every single day just for you kind of, to see like, okay, what is rotating in? What is rotating out? These kind of things are just, then we run our scans and we just try to trade where the momentum is picking up, right? And we want to cash those early moves. That's what that's the that's the whole game is. Yeah, this is not good for now. It's gonna take a few more days. And this it doesn't mean that it's going to um, form a hook, but you can see the line each day from these dots right there, especially these two. You see like how much is it's kind of pressing back to the downside. So here's the growth. You see, this is a pullback. Let me tell you that. Okay. The reason why I'm saying that is because if you look at the actual rotation, this is the daily rotation right there. You can clearly see where the technology is heading. Okay. So you gotta slow down with your horses. Okay, so you're thinking like, well, I want to buy this, I want to buy that, and I want to trade this. It's just you gotta slow down a little bit. Okay. The money right now toward the end of the year is clearly coming out of the tech right here. So it's still gotta make it's almost there as of yesterday close. It's gonna get in here. I mean, unless it reverses, that's the different thing. It's still gonna take several days anyways. But then if you look at the two of them, the ones that are catching up is the healthcare, the energy. The only two of them are on the rise. Financials are behind here, and then you have the other one is going to be materials right there. So I'm looking at those two trades, and these ones I'm gonna probably gonna put one of them on Monday in material. I'm gonna take one from here. I'm gonna just try to pick something in different asset class compared to just don't want to chase this. I took Meta yesterday because it's already took quite a bit of beating, and could see if we can try to play a bounce on that one. Gonna pay. We played two of them, ABT and AbbVie, right, and the healthcare. So I took those two, and then we played those ConocoPhillips on this side. So we did those. I mean, we want to catch an early move. This is kind of when this rotation went so up like this, a lot of the move is already done. You know. So all this rotation that has been crawling up for the last several days, it just the move is done. You gotta be just kind of ahead, not too late to chase something that is not gonna go to the come out of my charts either, right? It's gonna start to flatten out here and then it's gonna try to make his way back down toward here. So, it's not like we completely missed it or something. I mean, yeah, we you know we caught the move. So I mean, the next one that I'm looking for is material. Now, I mean, still this one right there, XLC, still got some work to do. It's This is where the meta is an XLC, and plus yesterday the Google popped after Warren Buffett position that that he took now on Google. So the Google and XLC, right, and Meta is an XLC, and this rotation right there, Google already long Google. I'm not worried about that, but the Meta, which is down here that we looked at them earlier, and this is XLC, so that should help. Okay, so Google is gonna help XLC on Monday for sure. Okay, and and if Meta can move up, can see if we can target the 630 what is that 638 print on that one. So set up a price alert on the chart and see if we can kind of like play the mean reversion toward that print. But on the other side, real estate is good. Um, I'm looking at that. Doesn't really show some names yet, but I was gonna do. Let's see, what am I do the alpha? What does this want to do? Material. These are the two names that I wanted to these two. So they're not keep one thing in mind that these two right there. Um, they're not a very big, huge mover. They're not like I'm talking about. They're not like a like beta stocks. So LYB, I was looking at it earlier. It has a buy signal here, so we should get in this trade on Monday. Okay, try to play the upside from here. Still got to work his way um to the 50, but you can see the ATR is like 1.5. kind of roughly like 2.8 year play. There's a lot of buyers here as well. So this is a good one, and that PPG is going to be another one right there. So these are the two material names. This one has a buy signal as well. So these are the two ones in material. If that rotation right there, you know, going up, this should benefit. So this one is 2 point as well. Yeah, materials are not like as a growth stock that they're gonna move like a crazy. Okay, so if you don't want to do an option trade, you can always do shares, if you want to go do 75, 100 shares, I mean, 100 shares, 2 points, going to pay you $200. So you just gotta see like what works. If you I'd rather, instead of throwing $9,700 worth of a capital into a shares, I'd rather just do an option trade. It's going to cost a lot less anyways. Just, kind of make 150 delta trade at least, um, to see if we could, probably make like 175, 200 delta trade. So if you do end up catching a 2 point move, at least gonna be 400 or 500 bucks, you know? So yeah, these kind of a trades, you gotta have to bump the delta up to kind of make a little bit of decent amount of return. Because if you want to buy shares, price is at 97. So 97 times 100, that gives you $9,700 worth of capital is going to be invested in one stock. Fine, you're not going to fight time, but the price end up going 2, 3 points. You put $9,700 to make 300 bucks, you know? So, I mean, yeah, this thing can hold. I mean, it could definitely make its way out, but we don't know that. But we see what the average move is on a stock, the expected, average to range. And then don't want to say like, okay, if it's 97 and we want to look at 110, which is the 200 moving average is from here to here. Well, I mean, if you have shares, you just want to leave them. Eventually, you're going to work his way up in the next coming weeks, could take a month, month and a half, 2 months, you know? So this is all depends, like kind of, first is going to come and hit this wall. This one is going to face some resistance because the way this thing is coming down. And then this one is heading way up here. So it's got to clear this to make a case for this. And we don't have that number that high here that makes the case from 97 to 110, right? So, trading your positions has to make sense. You can't just look for unexpected move and thinking like, well, this is what I'm looking for. So it's going to be like a more like a dull trade, kind of out of growth names. But there are few healthcare names that popped as well that we should look in those. Um, these ones. There's like four names. I bought this one yesterday, as you know. This one. So these are the names that three, one, two, three, four, five. So I bought this one, RVTY, yesterday. This is the healthcare name. I thought about doing options first, and I just end up going with the shares, which is fine. It's it is a The only reason I didn't do an option trade on this one is because it's technically a sandwich trade, it's between the 50 and 200. So it has a mean reversion here if as a, we can see the rotation here, right there. It's in play. Um, Swing is up as well. Um, we're just trying to see if this thing can break, but it's gonna. it has to fight. So this is another 2.76 ATR stock. It's not a big, huge mover. But if this kind of a breakout here, that's going to be the play. So we'll see what happens. I really love to get to the 100. Um, you know, so so just gotta give some time and see how it plays out. So I mean, if you want to do an option trade, you just gotta have to buy a lot of time, because we're gonna um trading a chop right there at the moment. But if the swing holds and the rotation behave, and I think it should get a breakout from here. So you got this move to a yeah, we can do a diagonal here at an overshoot, something like this. So we can do an A, B, and then we can just look for that C wave. Oh, it's gonna take a long time, so keep that thing in mind. It's like a zigzag pattern, 5 waves up. One, two, three, four, five with an overshoot right there. So you got a diagonal A, down in B, and now you look for the C wave. So it's all depends on the rotation of I hope the rotation because healthcare is definitely looks good. Um, um, so I'm gonna pick something here. I played two of them so far, so we'll see how this one goes. I'm watching this one, but this one already popped quite a bit. This one moves. This was SYK. This is I took a pretty nasty reversal yesterday. This one has a buy signal as well. So it was up for 4 days, but it got rejected right there at that 5,200. You see, that's the wall right there. It's just, that's the thing that just, and when you're down for several days, and as soon as you're going to make your way up, you're just going to hit that wall right there. That's going to be a forced rejection zone, especially this when the 50 and 200 are so close and tied up, like you see right there on this, we've got a huge volume, which is a good sign. You see, it's a massive volume here. Try to crack this. Yes, that's exactly what you wanted to see. But then there comes a rejection right there. So now it's just the rotation is good, it's working, but we'll see. Now it's gonna have to see if we can make another attempt back to the upside against 351 low. So this one moved. This is like 8.5. Yesterday went up 132%. So it was a lower bar, but this again, the point is this is just it's the false rejection right there. So we'll see if it's gonna turn around and make another attempt back to the upside. So ELV, I was looking at it yesterday as well. It's another one here with the buy signal. Sitting the last 3 days has been fighting this 50. 200 is way up here. So this is another one. This is like this moves again. These are the ones like SYK and ELV and it's Elvin's Healthcare, whatever. These are the high beta stocks. Okay, so these stocks moves. Okay, so meaning they're gonna move big. So this is another one here against 11 low. This wasn't a 12th, but a big pop right there. So this should be something I might consider if it gets down here toward this 316 kind of area. So you can see we can. So for now, because you have 325, so you have 325 minus 303. That's a 22-point move to the downside, right? For structure to stay valid from here to here. That's 22 points. So if you do 100 delta trade, that's a $2,200 worth of a downside risk on a 100 delta trade. That's huge. I don't, yeah, I don't take these kind of a hits on a one single trade. If you want to do 50 delta trade, I mean, depends how you want to do it. But if you want to do a 50, that would be $1,100 worth of that you have to make sure the price stays above 303. So I mean, downside still going to be the same. I mean, there's many ways you can adjust it. We can do a butterfly just to make the, uh, it's a $300 stock, so that's definitely not cheap. Just to cut the cost down. But if you can cut a cost down and you still play a directional move, you're still looking at to see how you wanted to, how many deltas you want to grab, because your downside is 22 points toward this low, which uh, was this on the 11th, which was on Tuesday low. This is a Tuesday right there, Wednesday, Thursday, and Friday. So these are the five. It looks good because making a wider rotation. You can see how far it is from the benchmark. So this sucker is gonna move. Okay. The best. So we'll see. I took a shot at this one for now, watching the other ones and see if, yeah, I'm watching these two. So these two is gonna move. So you're looking for a little big move. These two both have, these are the two names that you could consider in the healthcare if you want to, but we'll see.
Oh, what about Mark?
Mark has already moved up. I don't know
But
whether
where is it?
you want it. I cannot add here because it's a different scan. Yeah, Mark is, yeah, those, you're looking for an early move. Yes, he's already made his way out.
Yeah, but that doesn't mean that it's going to stop there. It's going to keep moving further to northeast.
You don't know that.
It could,
It could, yeah, that's
because
the
yeah,
probability is.
Liddy is continuing to move within northeast.
Correct. Yeah, for
So,
the next week
and
or
the
two, it should
mark,
be okay.
yeah, and if you look at the mark chart, there's it has such a beaten down stock, and
Mm.
if you take a look at the more longer term, shrink it,
It's
it had
still
it,
fighting
it's
this.
yeah, I know, but it might go all the way to 50%, fib extension.
His is 105 down to 73. Let's see if you can draw fibs from this high to this. So we're right at the 61.8 and 92.94. So from here, 78.6 is a 98. So if the momentum holds, the stock definitely looks, it's bullish. Down almost close to 7% year to date. It's not even positive year to date, but it's trying to push. So your next upside from here would be 78.6, which is 98. So again, the 2-point ATR move as well. So little choppy read on the signal for sure as well. It did help, but didn't not with the overlap here. So he
The
came in.
Mark's all-time high was 184.63. So the
Yeah.
stock was chopped into half.
Yeah, I mean, it is. It's good. Oh boy, I closed. It looks, rotation is good. It's still gonna take several more days for this rotation to hold. It's just entering the leading quadrant in the last 2, 3 days. So this week actually enter there. So it's good. I mean, there's definitely no weakness here. It's a strong move from here. So next, as I said, if at 92, see if this is just a 61.8, look for if rotation, it should try to push to 98. That's where we will test that the 78.6. That's where you're gonna have your decisions gonna get made. Um, I mean, inside week is just kind of what I was looking at, switching screen. So tech, as we know, the we'll look for material. Um, there are few names, I believe. Oh, sorry, the in utilities. It's just you're going into those. Let's see anything in utilities. Yeah, there's few names here. These are all utilities. There you go. So there, want to play utilities, there's some plays here as well. P and W is, I think I looked at them the other day. Yeah, I got a buy signal here. I closed that trade before. Um, I caught this all move to the upside. It has a buy signal here, but it's gotta work it's gonna fight this the wall here. So something to I bought shares last time on this stock on my brother's account. So that was the same buy signal like this one is the one I took to the top right there. Then it rolled over. Um, this is a wall right here on this name. This one moves. Like I've traded this one before. AES. It's another utility. It's just so choppy. Yeah, they're not a very big mover. DUK, Duke Energy. See, they're all looking pretty good, pretty damn promising, but you see like 1.76 like utilities, they don't move as be big. I mean, you can catch few points, but you gotta make sure like you gotta position yourself right. Look how the like 3, 4, 5, this is 5 days, the week that it just had completely flat. 0.77% for the week. And then the previous week, if you look at them, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, I mean, for 2 weeks, the stock is literally not doing anything right there. Just kind of sitting in a very choppy zone. So you gotta, you gotta be a little careful to see which horse to pick. See this one. This one kind of looks good. The structure looks good. Still doesn't have a buy signal yet. You still at least the stock is trading above the 200 and is kind of fighting the 50. So instead of buying a strength here is much better for the ones that are already down. They just gotta has to come and fight the wall, try to break the wall. You know what I mean? So so when I'm looking at these kind of names and always kind of debating, I should do this, right? But then when you come down to say like, okay, well, I'm buying this one a little more cheaper on a discounted rate because this thing is already trailing below the 50 and 200. At least this one is up 22% year to date, right? And this would be a much better bet, the Exelon Corp. So got a huge, nice move to the upside. So we just gotta have to. So you got this high to these lows, and see something triggers here by Monday and Tuesday. It doesn't look like it because it's been chopping around. Rotation definitely is gonna right there is gonna help. So this would be the best pick in utilities. Okay. So yeah, this is 0.91 ATR. But this is if when these are not a one point it's a $45 stock, $46 stock. So from 45 to 48, 6, 7, 8, that's 3 point move. I don't even know how long it's gonna take for that 3 point move to happen. So this is like a dead money place. It's just like you want to be invested, you want to be in some position, but you don't want to go into mega growth because you're trying to focus more into a different sector. But those different sectors, you just gotta have to, you don't get that alpha that what you get from a mega growth, you know? So you always have to look at that way as well. So that's how you're gonna have to kind of learn and kind of see how do you exactly position yourself. Am I going into a lower ATR plays? And those lower ATR plays are not a big mover. So how do I size my trade? And how much time do I buy on those trades? Because I know those are going to be they're going to crawl like a turtle, you know? So, but yeah, these are the trades. I mean, this doesn't mean that you cannot play a 2, 3 point move. The 2, 3 point move in these stocks are is going to take several days to kind of give you that kind of a return. 3 point move on a meta is going to be instantly with a matter of like 15 minutes. You see, that's the difference. High beta stocks but that's where the rotation is where you make your adjustments to your portfolios, is where the sector class is, which is rotating out and what is rotating in and what is rotating in. That's where you want to put your money in. But, and then you lighten up your positions and stuff on the ones that are rotating out. So it's a circle. You just keep, dancing around a circle. That's it. So whatever is coming from here, you catch in here, and now you're going to see like, okay, well, now it's going to see if the rotation make his way up like this. So all the trades that we trade is based on that. So it's not like this is all new to us. But the way I have everything here is all fully scripted, but it's going to filter the specific names that is going to match exactly with the buy signal. Okay. And the swing confirmation, some names is going to be coming up. Some of them is going to be already there. Most of them is going to be there, I know, because we looked at few names. Like AES is another one here. It's choppy, it's just 2 weeks is just big, huge pop. That's a $13 stock that moves like point 0.5. I mean, its utilities are not very WEC. Let me see. Yeah, this one is still kind of trending down. Still got at this sell signal. It took a lot of beating. That's still kind of see how many days right there just facing the resistance here, that 50 moving average. 1, 2, 3, 4. That's one pretty come close. Yeah, it just this is at least like a 1.67. So yesterday was a 1.3. Look at the move. It's kind of like just a dead money place. So, well, this all depends what you like to trade. You know, rotation is rotation is there. Um, NVIDIA earning is next week, right? It's setting with a sell signal since the 4th, which was last week on Tuesday. So it's the same thing that NVIDIA is doing right now. It's bounced and kind of toying around with this 50 moving average. The close is above, the close is at almost at there at 50, and then yesterday close was higher again. So it's kind of fighting this 50. As you can see here, it tested been like 3 times, but it managed to close above it. Um, I don't know what to make. I mean, good volume yesterday as well. I don't know what to make out of the earnings. Most likely it's pretty gonna be baked in. But the screen has a sell on it at 203 against 211. Um, we're down at what, 190? I don't know. I mean, we'll see how the earning goes. So breakout would be here. Down is gonna be, I don't know, 175 to this low. So they can have. They already they already told them their quarter is going to be good. They already give them a heads up to everybody. They get heads up. The quarter is going to be is great with NVIDIA. So there's no nothing new for you to find out that if they're going to beat or they're not going to beat. They're going to beat for sure. They already announced it. So if you ask me, I'm not trading earnings on this name's already going to be baked in earnings.
Mo,
Yo,
how you doing?
good man. How you doing?
Good, good. Question, looking at the index, the SPX, we were talking triangle there. No, not to change, sorry, but I'll bring it back to NVIDIA. No, no, stay on NVIDIA, but the triangle there, do you see a triangle in NVIDIA, right?
No,
Because that would make the most sense, right? It's the biggest weighting in all the indexes, right?
correct. I
And
mean,
and then that makes earnings is going to be a chop fest. They're going to keep it between the current high and the current low, and they're going to burn both sides. And you know,
it's hard to predict, you know. I
no, we
mean,
don't. Sure, we don't need to predict that, but more so, does the structure of NVIDIA give you more confidence that a triangle is likely in the index?
it's hard to call a triangle here. You know, trying you cannot identify. Let me tell you, you cannot identify a triangle until here in the D wave.
So we are A, B, C. So the next high rejection it would get.
Yeah, yeah.
Okay.
Once you reach that point here, and then when you starting to see a compression with the weekly inside bars, that will define a triangle for you. You have to look for that compression. That is going to give you those weekly bars. Those weekly bars has most of the time they stays inside. Means that because you're not making higher highs and lower lows, you know? So
Yep.
this is where the compression comes into a play. So you have to look at like two, three different ways. So I mean, a one single week of price action. Now, if you break it down into a 1 hour time frame, yeah, that is gonna looks like a compression, right? Because of a smaller time frame. But the 5 bars for 1 week, right, against this one, against this move right there, cannot identify a running
Yep.
triangle.
Yep.
Yeah, it's early to make a move
Okay. And then
call it, but
the other question I would in my mind is, there's a time relation you say between wave one and two, right, of the main structure of SPX
correct.
against the fourth wave. So if we're in hypothesis, if we're obviously we don't know it's a triangle, but if it is a triangle, how does that time relation, where does that land us?
Well, we have to know if the only way you're gonna, as I said, you're gonna find out about triangle about it once you go into a D wave, and then from there you're gonna have one more push down in E,
Yep.
right? That's where I can set up a time on it on the E wave. So that's where you're gonna see a completion of a fourth wave with an E. Okay, a triangle forms like this. You have an A, B, C, D. So once you reach that D right there, then you got these E. I can set up a time here on this E wave to complete. Well, now this one is gonna have a clear invalidation level of C low. E wave cannot retrace below C.
Yes, but using this week, we've made C.
If that's the case, if you want to go
Yes.
like this,
Yeah. On a hypothesis, of course it can be invalidated, but just on working theory, right?
correct.
Yeah. Yeah. Okay. So that says a rejection off their earnings, and then an elo to be coming at some point.
If you want to make a case of a triangle,
Yeah.
but the point you have to look at this, what does the screen tells you here? It tells you what? It has a sell signal on it. It doesn't say buy, right? So the structure on the screen here, which it can change, but if you're willing to bet against it, he says like, okay, fine, I know what I'm seeing, right? I'm not trying to take a trade based off my opinion. I'm just strictly following the screen. The screen says right there a sell since the fourth, right? Which has a stop loss against the third high right there, which is at 211. So if you says like, okay, well, I'm looking at the screen, I can see that it doesn't say buy. It has a sell for over a week now, but I'm willing to take my chance, but I'm gonna bet against it. Okay, thinking like, okay, well, if this signal fails, what is the invalidation for the signal? Is 211, right? You need to if this has to break 211, then this will disappear.
Yeah. I think there's no trade here, to be honest. I
I
think the
know.
best I think the
That's
best trade here is no trade. And I actually wanted to say this when you were speaking this morning about you were quiet or being patient. Like the best trade sometimes is no trade. Is literally
100.
just watch it.
There
And
you
and
go.
and when I'm talking about the triangle, I'm talking about it not from playing it as much. I did play NVIDIA on Friday just because the low was close there. So it was a good risk reward for a bounce play. But I'm just watching the triangle theory to hopefully catch the E, right? Because you're saying that you have a good risk reward against the C against,
Correct.
right? So yeah, that's where my head.
Your triangles are great. They're very hard to spot because it takes a long time to complete. Anyways, it's going to be a most painful
And but doesn't it
structure.
look like it's sideways? Like if you zoom out on NVIDIA, it's what's it till
Correct.
September? It's sideways. We've gone nowhere
Yeah, it's been, yeah,
since there, right? So
it's very choppy as well. Like if you look at this from this low, from April low, right, until here, it took a very long run. And then ever since, look how narrow these swings are. This is a directional move. Okay, this is what we all wants to ride. If you want to be in a trade, either you're coming down or you're going up. This is where you want to be. Finding entries here into these kind of a narrow swings is what makes it very difficult. You can still grab few points, but you can look at them. Look at this move from here, how it's going up, trending up, right? And look at this one. It's not like that the price is not making higher highs and higher lows, but look at the retracement against each swing. It's very deep, right? Even the fact that price is moving higher, which is fine. You make you making money, but at the same time you're giving back everything as well. You basically what you're looking for a 4 day push, 3 day drawdown, 6 day, you need to extend time to the upside. That's why I always talk about those number of bars, right? So you have 3 bars here against 6 here, which is perfect. That's exactly what you want. You have to look at the initial move from here. You have 3, 3, 6. So your higher high swing must exceed your previous first swing time relationship. That's what the bar to bar relationship works. Your upside cannot be shorter than your initial move. It doesn't make any sense. The same thing with the wave count as well. How are you going to have a shorter third wave? Where are you going with that? And I'm going to show you a perfect example. I'm not trying to pick on anyone because this is the feed I get them. I just want to show you how people do Elliott Wave. Okay. This guy right there has 90,000 followers. Okay. The point here is not like trying to pick on someone. Fine, he can do his work, whatever. But the point is like how off that you simply have no clue what you're doing. Okay. This guy's putting up a huge pin tweet that he just posted here on the 7th, which was last week. Every major class told me the same story, 20 to 30% correction is coming. Okay. Let's go back. Let's see what this person is doing. Okay. Here's the credit crisis low, 666. Okay. A credit crisis low, I know, I don't know how many people have experienced this dip. Okay. This, I did, right? I was trading, I was a currency trader, the trading Forex that time when this market crashed here. So I started back in 2006 and that happened. And I know how CNBC and those breaking news were coming the morning. That was wild. Anyhow, the point here is this, and I don't put any comments on anyone. Just it pops up on my. He doesn't. He used to follow me, but he doesn't follow me anymore. But um, it just pops up on a feed. Okay, let's talk about Elliott Wave. 666.79 is the credit crisis low of 2009, right? Let's start a wave count from here. You have a wave 1 running flat in 2, up in 3, down A, B, C, and 4. Here's your 5. So you have a 5 smaller waves makes 1, right? And then from here you have an expanded flat, okay? So you have an A up in B, which is the B retraces higher from the initial move. And then you have the C wave decline, which was the COVID crash, right? So the COVID crash low is right here, that makes an ABC correction. You have a 5 waves up, complete 1, ABC correction down to the COVID low, which is right there. So what do we look now? So if this is the case from here, what are you looking for? You're looking for now a third of a third breakout to the upside, right? So if you have a large wave 1 completed that took from 2009 all the way up till 2019, okay, that's 10 years. Just a simple math. So you have a one larger degree, okay, was took 10 years to complete, then against this correction, right? Now what happens here? Here goes your 1, down in 2. This is all of 3, and this is 4, and this is 5, and this is all third. So you telling me a wave 1 took 10 years and this one took 6 years, 5.5 years? And a third is a diagonal. My eyes was hurting when I was looking at this. It's like, what is this? How can you have a first wave, whatever you want to start your wave count, that took 10 years to complete, gives you the largest correction to the downside? Correction is always going to be a market crash. Remember that. But then you have a third wave that lasting 5.5 years against the 10-year move and is forms in a diagonal, a third wave in a diagonal, and then you sit in and call in a 30% crash to the downside. How this thing is going to work?
So Mo, just for everyone, so we've got till 2030 as a primary third, correct? At least if the time cycle needs to be at least equal. Is that the basis of just foundation?
The foundation is this: the wave 3 cannot be shorter than wave 1.
Yeah.
That's the end of discussion right there.
Yeah. Yeah.
If you ever make a wave count where you have a third wave that falls shorter than 1, I can write that thing down in a piece of paper, or I will literally quit Elliott Wave if you can run a fourth wave and a fifth wave for me with keeping a third wave shorter on a time and a price. I challenge you. Anybody out there who does Elliott Wave, show me and make that wave count work with the shorter third wave, which is shorter in time and price. And then you're gonna work, and then you're working your way down in a fourth, and try to make a case for a fifth wave, and we'll see how far the wave count is gonna go. It will never work. I can write my name, I can stamp it. This is why I'm just like clueless. The guy has like a 434 likes on him. It's just the people who doesn't understand or don't know nothing about him, which just fine. Okay, you don't need to know everything, but it's just, you know, this is Elliott Wave. That's what people seeing out there. This is wrong. This is not right. You have a 10-year first wave, and how a third wave can be only half the time. Run your projection from here and look for a minimum 100% relationship. That is your bare minimum target of a third wave. It cannot fall shorter than 100. That does not consider or call the third wave. Third wave must reach 100% relationship. The ideal typical upside extension is 161.8. This is where you have a 3 versus 1. Then it goes up to 200%. And if the price really extends, third wave can explode to 261.8. These are the typical third wave projections to the upside against your first wave. That's what they call 3 versus 1. Equal distance is 100. 161.8, 200, and 261.8 are further extension to the 3 versus 1. Every price will complete run that course. You're gonna have an overlap. It's gonna, it all depends on the time frame. It doesn't mean it's gonna be all in a straight line. You're gonna have 2, 3, 4, 5, 6% dips along the way. But the third wave is always the most powerful wave. It doesn't really give nobody a chance to get in. It's just gonna go. It's gonna have plenty of acceleration gaps in there. The gaps you're never gonna see them anytime soon. Price just explodes. I mean, what like the point is like, look, I don't know him. I'm not I again my point is not I don't comment on nobody's post. You're never ever gonna see me. But if you want to post, do you even look what are you doing, or you just simply just forcing yourself and trying to convince everyone like, well, this is it because I know everything. This is a monthly chart, and I can show you the same cycle for a monthly chart. I'm not even gonna label this thing. You want to see the time and price? I have them. I did it. He's doing a monthly chart. I have a monthly chart here. Credit crisis low, 666.79. So now this is a monthly chart. This is a quarterly chart. Sorry, I take it back. Now he's doing on a monthly chart. This is a quarterly bar. But the point is, this is when the credit crisis low, 666 low, which was made on January 1st of 2009. It was a massive pin bar. Six years, setback of 15.2, right? 6 years, 47.15. You take this low to this high, projected from your first 15.2% drop, exact 200% fib extension, 47.15, right there. The high was 48.18. That's a 200% of an extension from the credit crisis low to the first 6 year cycle, 15% setback, 6 year run to 47.15. 3/4 setback. This is a quarterly bar. Don't confuse yourself. This is 1 quarter. 3 months makes one full quarter. So that means that each bar or candle has a 3 months of a price action in there. So don't get yourself confused. I put this thing here for a reason. Just people sometimes the time frame shows here, but I always do it here because there's always going to be some people are going to be like, no, this is, just better lay it out here just to kind of clear the confusion. You kind of understand to see what exactly time frame you're looking for. So this is 6 year. This is 6 years. So here comes a setback of 2022. Here comes a bear market, right? To 34.91. So 3/4, 1, 2, and 3 were down 27.5. So they have a 15.2. Okay. 3/4 of setback. Then we have a 3/4 of setback in in 2022 after 6 years. Exactly to the penny with the time and the price with the 200% extension. Where we at now? We're going to another 6 years. What do you think this market is doing? It's the 6 year cycle. Where we at? We're only 12 months, 12 quarters. Well, we're almost half compared to the previous runs. We're just only halfway through. How much time we have left? This market is on a third of a third breakout. I've mentioned that thing to many people, but some people really don't believe it. I mean, if you want to sit here and label this thing, that's exactly what it is. It has your A, B, and then you have your, oops, you want to draw your labels, you can do it. It's your A, 2, 3, 4, whichever you want to end 5 here. Then you have your A, B, C here. So that makes it 2. This makes it 1. I mean, starting from here, does it look like a 3 against this? This is a clear 6 year cycle. What has happened twice, it has a very high probability it's going to happen again. I can assure you that. I don't know. I mean, I cannot predict the future. This is more than enough. This is some of you guys probably don't even started trading back then, anyways. So a lot of you guys are just only a couple years trading right now. But that doesn't mean we're just gonna rip rip it all the way and we're never gonna back off. I mean, yeah, we're gonna have a setback, one quarter or two, but not a major quarterly swing. That's when the swing turned down. That's what you call a setback. And I wrote everything here. 2009, credit crisis low. 2015, 220%, 25 quarters, 15% quarterly reset. 2016, 2022, which is the bear market low, right? Then from 166% upside, I'm going to 24 quarters. So you're just only off by 1 quarter. 27% setback. That is puts you in a 2022 low, which was, when we had the bear market. So from 2022 low until now, only have 98%. 98%. Let's say for now, you don't even make a case of a 220. Let's say you may make a case of 166 just to kind of match that. Look how much upside we have left. I'm only 12 quarters into it. Look at the 25 and 24. We're halfway through a mid-cycle. Its market has upside, but people just don't want to believe it. They don't want to see it, which is fine. I don't care what you think. I believe what I do. If we run a same projection of this low, because we already reached 200, now we're going to take this low to this high, project it down from a 2022 low, 200% minimum upside target, 9,500. It's going to take, I don't know, another year, 2 years or so. because we're looking at quarterly bars. This is a running quarter right now that we're in right now. So this quarterly bar will end in December, right? So can I have one down quarter or two down quarter or whatever the case is, price and a time, we're only halfway through it. Well, I don't know what kind of a cycles that you wanted to see from the day that you were not even born. That's a different part. That's a different debate. I don't even waste my time. This is most of you guys are traders anyways. This is not a trading chart. This is the investor map. Okay, that's what you call this. Is I even wrote this thing just to don't people don't get too excited over it. It just see basically what it is like every 6 years before resets. Next stop could align to 22 2000 2027 to 2020 28. Sorry. Can't even talk. Up to 27 and 2028. That's where you have a 6 year completion of that cycle that we're looking at, which is from here to here. And I
Mo, can I,
specifically wrote it here. It just started from the credit crisis low. And this is not a trader's chart, it's an investor's map. Yes.
just want to, not likely, but I just want to ask a question. When can you go to the chart? When you got the no, that chart, whatever we were, yeah. Um, in the 2018 to 2020, when you get the flat, like the A down, B up, and then C down for COVID, right?
Yeah.
Is it possible that that could repeat here? I'm not predicting. I'm just asking.
You trying to make a case of this here?
Yeah, I'm just asking. Is it possible?
I mean, anything is possible. Damn, oh, just anything is possible. It is no guaranteed. I mean,
No, no, no. I'm
what can
not, nothing to bet on. I'm just like looking at it from a structure point of view. We
you want to
have,
make a bet? Let me clear this thing, okay?
yeah, please.
Most important thing when it comes to trading, when it comes to investing, is the time frame. What is the suitable time frame for your risk tolerance? What is it? Okay, you have to ask yourself your question. If you based your trade on a one time frame, stick to the same time frame. If you're going to start coming across different time frames, is nothing is going to confuse you. The reason why I'm going to give you a perfect example and the reason for it is what? I'm going to tell you why. If you take a weekly signal, okay, which I'm going to show you here, they will never going to match, right? This is never going to match. Here's NVIDIA weekly signal. So what does that tell you? We're still bullish. It's been rallying up since 104. So when you come down here to a daily time frame, it's a sell. So now you're debating like, okay, what should I do? Should I buy? Should I wait? They're just never gonna match. Remember, there is many times that I look for signals and I'm gonna tell you like, hey, it has a buy signal and it has on a weekly time frame and on the daily time frame. You know how many times I try to address that? Kind of like tells you that's like a one of a kind. That doesn't happen that often. Same thing with the rotation. You cannot align a daily rotation with a weekly rotation. It's a two different time frame. But people get them, they're so focused on every single day price movement. They just sit and babysit in every single candle. over up 15 points, over down 30 points, over up to rallied 50 points. Your clear roadmap is going to come from a bigger picture. You just have to look at this, that what is suitable for your investing. If you take in trades based on a weekly signals and a weekly time frame, you should not be looking at any other time frame, period. Just only look for a higher weekly bars if you're bullish. If you end up the week with that inside week, ignore it. Fine, we'll deal with the thing for the next. That's like investing in a lot much longer time frame that you're strictly have your trade open based on a one single time frame, that which you're not going to sit and babysit 15 minutes or a 1 hour time frame or a daily time frame. A daily time frame can be broken after 3 days of lower lows, or a sell signal can trigger. But then you go back to a weekly time frame, it's like, wait a second, what the hell? I'm fine. Why would I make some adjustments? Because the sell signal triggered a daily time frame. So you have to these are the things you have to keep them in a concentration. I took a trade on a dual, like whatever the Duolingo, whatever the company is, language company. So I took a trade based on a weekly buy signal, right? A stock took a hit on earnings, which is fine. But the weekly signal that I took and I bought time on them, that was the trade that I took. But then it reverses based on earnings, right? Which nobody can predict them. So signal failed, right? Not end of the world. Nobody's gonna die over it. So I wasn't sitting and babysitting every single day, because I know which time frame I'm taking which trade. I'm buying shares. I'm buying shares based on a certain time. Meta trade, the trade that I took on Meta, right? Yesterday, we don't have a buy signal here. Does it look like I have a buy signal here? No. Can this price comes back down here to 575? Is possible. That's the next downside projection right there. So you can come down here as well. So I took a trade based on this. I was like, okay, I'll take a shot, right? Because of this. Second thing is this. So I have two confirmation on my screen that I will say, like, okay, I'm willing to put a trade on this one. Microsoft is turning as well. So keep that. I think this is something to watch. Um, so Meta would that's how I opened the trade on that one. So I'm not like, I bought 2 months worth of time, which is a lot of time, 2 months. A stock has been beaten down. Worst case is gonna come down another 10, 15 points. I'm gonna I cannot handle it? Or I'm just gonna panic or something. I don't The point is this, that the trade that I'm that that I opened yesterday is based on this time frame, not on a daily time frame, not on a 1 hour time frame. I'm gonna watch the rotation on a daily time frame, but the trade is based on a weekly time frame. That's why I bought 2 months worth of time. So you have to, so the people who like sitting and tracking every single day movement, because the S&P is down 50, 60 points, like boom, that's it. Everything is changing all of a sudden. Top is in. That's it. We're done. Close the books. Clear the board. Like, yeah, volatility spike. Volatility always going to spike. It's just a matter of when. You know, it's a funny thing. This guy was trying to show me a death cross on I'm like, this guy here, I don't know what he says. I couldn't find it. I'm not trying to make fun of anyone. Like here, this guy right there. There's a CFA and a CPA. I don't know, probably in his own house. Now he's telling me to do VIX. What to do in VIX? I wrote him. I said, you can't chart emotions. It's a derivative, it's a volatility indicator. You can't. It's this VIX is all emotional chart. There's nothing to label. There's no such thing exist. It's not a trending asset. It's a totally different class. The other one was I couldn't. I think it was this one. I hate myself. Just the other. I'm just the point I'm making is one person was showing me a death cross on VIX. Where did it went? A death cross in VIX? Jeez. Just, again, I'm not saying that I'm the perfect one or whatever, but hey, you know what? At least what I say and what I do makes sense. You can't sit and chart VIX. It just, complete wastage of time. So the point is like going back to this is the recently one I posted. It just, this is the bar right there that we're in right now. So if if you ask me, I mean, it doesn't mean that we're not gonna set back for another quarter or two. Every reset set back in a quarter for 3 quarters down. Okay. You see right there, 3 quarters down. This is when the swing turns down, guaranteed. And when S&P is down for 3 quarters, you load the boat. Okay. Same thing here. So this COVID blow right there, which is a quarterly bar, if you look at them right there, this is the engulfing bar, right? I think like when you look at the bigger picture, like it like changes the view of the overall market. Like, wait a second, like, am I really like gonna blow up my account because market sold off and S&P came down 1% during one single session? It's just the way how people these days are trading, that one big drawdown in a market can literally flush you out. Think about for a second that you simply cannot handle a one down session. A market is down 800 points. What makes you think that your account is going to be ripping to the upside or your long positions are going to the moon? How? Everything is going to be down across the board. Your 401k, your funds, your college savings, retirement, every single thing is going to take a hit. At the same time, the volatility is pumping in the option market after each drop. But the point is like, how many positions do you actually hold? You have to, you can, I don't know. What does it like? Look, anything I open, anything I close is going to be fully updated in the channel. Okay. I don't hide anything. Never did, never will. I don't mess around with nobody's money. What it is, what it is. If I'm wrong, I'm wrong. Not the end of the world. Nobody's gonna die. I'm not gonna die if I'm gonna take 2 losses. Well, you're not gonna die either. Move on.
So
Name
Mo,
another one.
Mo,
Yeah.
I have the same question that David had. Like even within the 9 year bull cycle, as you look at the chart, there has been some quarters that had like a close to 20% dip during the 9 year bull cycle. And with all those, with the current, unusual market concentration and, this AI story kind of being questioned. And next year is midterm year, and the midterm election year is very choppy. And so I think it is a valid question to ask. You know, will is it possible for us to have a 10%, 15%, dip during the current 9 year bull cycle? I think that is possible.
It is. Anything is possible.
We're
Anything is
we're,
possible. It
we're
all
all bulls.
depends on a time frame what you're looking for. If you making you have to look at this way. Okay, you have to study data as well at the same time. The S&P is up 14.49% year to date right now as of yesterday close, right? We are what 6 weeks left in this year. Okay, to end the year, 6 weeks. So we're at right in the mid of November, and we have 2 more weeks to go, right, to end November. Includes the holiday with the Thanksgiving and stuff, and then we have 4 more weeks left for December. So the point is this: that the room, all this run that we just had, okay, for the whole year. We're in the fourth quarter right now. Ended the earnings. Earnings are done. This and this. So we're looking for a complete washout. Percent drawdown. If I take the year upside to make the case of a 10%, the odds are just so low. I mean, I think to me it looks like market will close above 10% return for the year. What can happen in the next quarter to start the year, that's a different thing. Fine, we might need, have a setback, and then we go in a second quarter. But this is why we watch the quarterly bars. This is why I have this. So a lot of you that who sits and stares charts, I have my own cycles and what I track, what I watch. So you don't just rally um 14, 15 for 15% for the year, and then in one single month you're just gonna flush everything back down to zero. I mean, based on what? Because you want that correction? It can happen next year. I don't think the market is going to give a 15, 14, 15% drawdown, a 10% drawdown in a matter of 6 weeks. Anything can happen, of course, in the world, something, but
No, no. I was asking more for 2026. There's so
yeah,
much there's so much buybacks. NVIDIA is this number two. I think they have 80 billion buyback to finish just between now and the end of the year. Apple billions. So I'm talking 2026 just for thing.
Yeah, me too.
Okay, so we're all bulls here. We just want to buy a better. We just want to buy more at a better price. Let that be the banner. But my question to you, my one thought is, with your wave count, which is beautiful, the 1, 2, right? Everyone has this in a fourth, and we're going up for a fifth, and then it's the apocalypse. I disagree. I'm with you. We've got legs. We're looking for the possible of a 1, 2 bigger correction next year. if we do a bigger correction than we had in April this year, right, which would invalidate, you said to me, the 1-2, then my thought process defaults to it was an AB flat. We have a bigger correction, and then we're in that bigger 1-2. Does that make sense?
I
Like,
mean,
if we take out, if we do a bigger drawdown than the 1-2 there, then this would just translation, it would just flip to a flat, correct? Either
correct.
way, we're going to do a 1-2.
We're gonna have, look, yeah, you have to look at the actual wave. This is from 2022 bear market low. Okay. This is the dip we just had at April low. So what does the wave count tells you here? You have a five waves up and three down. What happens after that? You get another five waves up. So right now on this wave count, this is all of five, or this fifth is gonna go up and tag this 261.8. This is the upside. Is it ended here? I don't know yet. Because from here, we're due for this. This is where you can have some, I don't know what's gonna happen. Okay, but this is gonna come. Is it already done here? That we just slide this fourth wave here like this. So this third goes here. And now we're just looking for this fifth wave is to complete this. There's a little bit of a confusion, a little bit here in this window right there. Because I'm not changing anything because I'm track most of the swings anyways. So there's not much to change here. But I left the upside projections. And if if it's not, it doesn't mean that we don't have room to run. So we actually do. So it depends, like how does the smaller wave count breaks into the third wave. We're looking for five smaller waves to complete the green third. And then from there, we have gonna have the setback in the fourth, then gives you the fifth into the ones. Now we'll have five completed smaller wave is to complete a one higher degree wave one. So you have, it's the sequence. That's all you have to just learn. It's Elliott wave is it's been written in a very good way, but people just don't follow it right. That's the biggest problem. You have a three-wave correction. Every crash, okay, a market will have is gonna have a three-wave correction. Okay. A crash happens, which you're gonna have the largest retracement of the entire wave count or a swing count, whatever you're tracking, which wherever the chart will have a largest percentage drop, either is going to be a wave two, or if it's going to be a wave four, if it behaves within that same time and the price retracement of your wave two. You just have to look for two major corrections on every chart. ABC move, WXY, doesn't matter how you want to label it. You're going to see the biggest retracement. If you just sit and visualize a simple chart, forget about the labels. Where do you see a largest percentage drop of the entire move? This. Do you see anything from 2022 up to this top right there, that this size of this is anywhere close to this one? Unless I'm blind. It's not. So people who sit in and saying like this is this, and this is the fourth wave, Look how your wave count looks now. Forget about this, what happened here. Just picture this price action. Look at your wave 2 compared to a wave 4. Does it look normal? This is a thing about Elliott. Anytime you trying to make or try to force a wave count, Elliott will stop you right there. So wait a second, you're going too fast. Does the fourth looks normal to you too? And this is what it is. There's tons of people out there that make the case like this. They're like, okay, this is the fifth. That's it. This is whatever 15 year, 20, 30, or before my generation, the top is in.
And that's why everyone's putting it as a diagonal because they're
Yeah.
forcing.
Yeah, how it can be a diagonal when you
Yeah, it's
such a
all.
directional move to the upside? I mean, diagonals have overlaps. Are you gonna tell me now that the diagonal fourth wave should not be retraced below one? That's gonna be another thing. I don't know what kind of a diagonals are those. I don't know. Like either you simply don't want to read what the guy has wrote back in 30s, that who died, who left this entire thing out there for everyone, to see if they wanted to trade using Elliott Wave. Because I don't think most people actually has opened the book, to be honest. They simply either go to a Google image, look for a correction, and then try to label it the same way how the image shows. I don't know. You just have too much time that you really like, you're that busy in life that you simply cannot read a one book. That's a different way of saying it, but it's just everything is in a one book. If you read a book, okay, you're gonna look at things like, okay, well, this is the way it's supposed to be. This is how it's said. I just follow the book. Every rule, every guideline is all there in a one book. Just read the damn book, but nobody wants to do it. Just showed you an example of a third wave, a 5 year third wave with a diagonal. You are now looking for a 30-40% drop. Who has, I'm not, sorry, I'm not bragging here. Who had this wave count? No one. I do, I don't do much Elliott wave how I used to be honest. Sometimes I do look at them. I don't even log into a motive wave now for like 2, 3 days. I swear to God, I don't. I just, it's not like I hate Elliott. I love Elliott wave. I still do it. But I'd rather focus more on a bigger time frame instead of changing goalpost every single day, like on fighting like an hourly wave count. I think it's a complete wastage of time. You know, I later, if I do my wave, if I make a wave count and let that thing work, it works most of the time. I don't think that I've ever had any failed daily wave counts. Most of them are always end up being right. But this each bar is a daily bar. I mean, it kind of shrink because I gotta have to kind of, squeeze that thing. It's just do because I gotta post that thing on a Twitter. So I just gotta have to I mean, I don't have motive wave up right now, but it's just these are daily bars. But the point is like if you go back where we were, where we are now, it's all here. Nothing has changed. 2022 low, completed 5 waves, ABC down to 48.39. There we put the April low. You have an A, B, and C. This was on April 4th. Then from here, June 18th, we tag 48.39, and we're right there. It's the sequence. That's all you have to follow. 5 waves up, 3 down. What comes after that? 5 waves up. Once the 5 completed, what comes after that? 3 waves down. Then five. It's just the way. It's the Elliott wave is very fractal. But the market, it's a repeating pattern. 5 up, 3 down. 5 up, 3 down, and it makes one higher degree. Labeling on the top. Intermediate to the primary, as it goes up and up. 5 smaller waves, one higher degree, ABC. 5 waves up, triple combo to the downside. You see, it's just sequence 5, 3, 5, 3, 5, 3, 5, 3, 5, 3. It's just 5, 3, 5, 3. Just that's all you have to follow. It's not a rocket science. The people simply don't understand a simple logic of an Elliott wave. It's just a repeating pattern. Look for a major correction where you have a largest major correction that is your a larger degree second wave. Just look for the largest retracement. Where do you have them on the entire wave count? Label it. But some people get so confused into these corrections. Everybody wants to time corrections. Because for you, first of all, you need to understand one thing. Corrections are the most subjective because there's so many of them. I don't even know which one is going to be, because Elliott throws up at is going to be a flat, could be a zigzag, could be a complex, could be a triangle. But oh, how are you going to know? You have 4 of them right in your face now. So he's just like thinking like, should I go a zigzag? Should I go flat? Should I go complex? Should I go into a triangle? Which way the price is gonna go? And you're just guessing. You don't know that. This is an ABC, triple combination, ABC, ABC. So most of the time, I mean, if you look at this, with the COVID low, 5 diagonal down, 3 up, this is a simple zigzag. 5 waves down, this has had the one with an overlap with one, diagonal A, B, up to 61.8, almost to the penny. 5 waves down, 5. So basically 5, 3, 5. It's called a zigzag. The sequence on a market, especially on S&P is gonna go 5 up and 3 down. 3 down most of the time is always gonna be an ABC move. Either it's gonna be some sort of a most of the time it's gonna be a flat or zigzag. Yeah, this is I don't even remember. I mean, I did it here. I don't even remember the last time I've ever labeled a triple combination. This is very rare. And I've been doing Elliott for almost 18 years. Keep that thing in mind. I know how many currency charts of different euro, pound, and Australian dollars and all these other currencies that I've labeled over the years. And you don't come across this. This is very rare. And this is the most difficult correction to trade as well. Just keep that thing in mind. A simple ABC move are they're just initial drop, higher, lower high, right? So you have a lower high right there and have a lower low. And you just ABC, you're done. Basically find his floor somewhere, look for a huge open, and then end up reversing back up. That's what you're looking for, basically a pin bar. You just need to keep your eyes on a pin bar. Those are the pin bars most of the time is going to put the bottom in. Volume, pin bar. Those two things you have to watch. Down session with a gap, and then volatility spikes, and if the price reverses back up and how the close happens, it's a very good chance that the S&P is going to put a low in. It does it with a pin. You don't see a volume on S&P, but you're going to see in the SPY. Down gap with the pin bar. But volume is the key. So it just, if we look at them here, look at the monthly candle of an S&P. Look at this pin. You always look at price on a bigger time frame. It's gonna open your eyes and you're gonna start seeing things way differently than just fight your life over this day-to-day price action. There's too much noise. I laid it out here on in June 18th, like, okay, fine, we're about to, because we're right there at that 61.47 highs. I was like, okay, it's gonna give some because we're trying to take out the pivot here. It's a pivot high. I was like, we'll see because the 61.8 sitting high. So that's why I drew this little yellow box right there to see. I was looking that time thinking like we might take a little bit of a breather here in a fourth wave, but that wasn't the case. And then the market just end up clear this such a clean way right there. And then we got a setback here. Didn't really retest this support. And ever since we just been rallying. This retest right there is gonna come into a play one more time sooner or later. Well, I don't know when, but when I can make that case, when we will have a wave two. This is where the market is gonna come back and retest. When I did this, I left it there for a reason. Where is the thing? Here. The 61.8 projection to the downside was right at that 48.39, which was this prior support here. It was a broken resistance. When S&P took out this high right there, has never retested it. The breakout happens, you need to retest that pivot right there. Then you make your way up. But with the index is a little different. Stocks are different. Stocks are more volatile. Okay, indexes has a little different nature of a price. So you have to pay attention to that part. Indexes they don't rally 30, 40% or 50% in one single year. Stock does. But they're just, every time when you break the ceiling, you're going to try to make a room to the upside. You got to come back and retest it. But if you're just going to keep ripping to the upside and you eventually going to end the show, well, then whenever the next correction is going to come, either you're going to complete a fifth wave, you're going to come back down and retest the prior support. It's very common. So I left this whole yellow box that time. I was like, well, it's a very strong fib, 48.18, 48.39, and finally we're tagged in. Nobody knows what the low is. So it's just the projections are here and then tag 48.39 and just rips right back up. I'm just, look, I don't, it's just him A president we have in the office, I wouldn't bet against him. This guy is not gonna he's not gonna tank the market, especially with his second term. He knows what he's doing, and he's gonna leave in a very high note. Look at his previous record. Look at the presidential chart. Who has the biggest pump in the market? He's one of them after Obama. It's his first term market rallied almost 60%. I wouldn't bet against him. I think by the time he's gonna leave office, we're gonna be in a third of a third there anyway. So
But that doesn't mean that
And
there will be another correction on the way.
it will. We're gonna have it.
yeah,
And
yeah,
I
but that,
think,
but
yeah,
that,
and I
and,
think I think that most retesting the SPX 48, no, which no 40 80 61 47. I think that Michael Burry's January 2027 110 NVIDIA put. I think he is thinking about, I think that is in line with what his thought is.
I don't know. I mean, I don't understand why people so obsessed with his positioning. Why people so obsessed with position his position, what he's doing.
yeah, and maybe he's using it as a hedge against something. That's irrelevant.
Exactly.
But just on your
Oh,
point about
Michael
Trump,
Michael Burry open a position. Gee, like what is a freaking guard?
but
No, no, but
also
media wants to talk about it, and then market reacts to it.
Not really.
there,
Market reacts more on a Warren Buffett when Warren Buffett buys, and
Oh yeah, talking about
he's
Warren Buffett, he sold. He's on the biggest cash position. And what happened when he did that? Before the tariff 2.0 correction, he was holding cash, and the market crashed. So we have to take a look at those things other than the
it's a very
chart,
difficult
because
time in the market.
top is subjective,
but
and as you said, yeah, it's difficult to time the top,
and
especially.
and
Bottom, I can pick you all day long. I'm very good with picking bottoms. Yeah, tops are
and,
very hard to pick. I know
and
that for a fact.
with your point about Trump, the market's going to be at an all-time high. This is the most financialized cabinet we've had in decades.
Correct.
You have Besant, who is the guy is brilliant. He's a smart guy. He's with all the hedge fund guys. He knows them all. And then you've got Ludwig or whatever his
Lutnick, whatever. Yeah.
Ludwig. And then there's talk that BlackRock's the bond guy might, there's a chance he could be the Fed chair, which would be
Yeah,
ridiculous.
Rick
Rick, yeah, and
Leader.
that guy's smart too. That guy
Yeah,
Mhm.
makes
he's very smart.
he's very
I
smart.
personally, I think it would be interesting if he becomes
Yeah,
the Fed chair.
and it makes sense. You've got similar. Both of them are from the private sector, right? They know how to run real money. If that happens, geez,
Correct.
9,500, put it on the board.
I
But
know.
it's
This mark, you have to. I mean, look, I don't know what you believe, and it just what I think.
The thing
And
is that they
the
are master of manipulation too.
oh yeah, of course,
Think
everybody
about it.
does it. Everybody does it.
So,
There's
okay.
politics involved. There's
even though no matter how they are financially savvy and so forth, they know how to manipulate market and make
course,
money.
when there is power, there's money. There's money, there is power. That's all it is. It's just it's always gonna it's always gonna be this way. The point is this that the where we are, and as I said before, is it this is a five that are we working our way down toward this fourth? I mean, I've called this thing many times and said that we might end the year somewhere in the fourth wave. Okay. We will have one final push to complete this fifth, right? Once this 5 waves will be completed within this blue one, we'll have green 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, then we will be due for a setback of wave 2. This wave 2 in the coming months that I would like for this market to come back and retest this support. It has not been tested since we cleared here. So this is where we're going to have another 3 wave down. This second wave right there must stay smaller than this. You don't want to exceed the retracement of this second wave to this. If that happened, okay, then we're gonna have to take another look to it. We need corrections to get smaller and smaller. That's how the trend goes. You don't want to have a larger retracement against the previous wave. You're gonna have a problem. We have to go back on time. We have to readjust the wave count. It is fine. I don't have to do anything right now. It is fine the way it is. So stick to it. Don't fight it. You know, the most difficult and challenging part is to get a damn wave count right in your hand. Once you have it, stick to it. What others saying and who cares? Especially when you have a wave count that is turning around after these penny prints. You should frame that hanging on a wall. You shouldn't be sitting and fighting over it. You know, what I see is, look, wave count will adjust. I'll adjust. I don't have to do like, look, how often do I make, because I'm not, this is the way I want to do Elliott, if you're going to ask me. Okay. I'm not sitting here posting these weekly updates for everyone to entertain. We started this April, then we went in June, 2 months, right? And then from there, we went November. So I didn't really did anything for 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, of like 4 or 5 months. I didn't post anything. And I just left it here and that's it. I'm not, there's nothing to do. We have room to the upside. If this is a fifth wave, we have room to the upside. I already project the upside from here, 7,085 to 7,130. This is where we can have a third wave, or third wave ended here. We're working down in 4. I don't know. I don't know and I don't care. It's going to adjust. It's going to work on its own. When the update is necessary, I will do it. But not right now. There's nothing needs to be done here. Leave the way it is. You know your upside, and it's just a matter of like where we're going to find the floor. We can find them the different way. This is how Elliott Wave works on a bigger time frame. Make one wave count, leave it. So we'll see how we're gonna. I've been given all these uh, description here. April 4, this, April 6, June 19, August. No, what the hell is August? August 8. Okay, right there. So they're all here. So this is a wave count. Just we're gonna track this. This is the one we're following. We have a wave count and we're gonna stick to it. You know, we don't have to change anything. But when it comes to day-to-day dance, we dance around here. This is our swing chart. The trades that we're willing to play for a week, 2, 3, whatever the time frame is. Signal is gonna guide you through it. Okay, we're gonna go to a weekly time frame. I'm not gonna even start the only reason that I'm not gonna put a larger fourth wave until I see one of these. There's nothing here. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25, 26, 27, 28, 29, 30, 31, 32, 33, 34, 35, 36, 37, 38, 39, 40, 41, 42, 43, 44, 45, 46, 47, 48, 49, 50, 51, 52, 53, 54, 55, 56, 57, 58, 59, 60, 61, 62, 63, 64, 65, 66, 67, 68, 69, 70, 71, 72, 73, 74, 75, 76, 77, 78, 79, 80, 81, 82, 83, 84, 85, 86, 87, 88, 89, 90, 91, 92, 93, 94, 95, 96, 97, 98, 99, 100, 101, 102, 103, 104, 105, 106, 107, 108, 109, 110, 111, 112, 113, 114, 115, 116, 117, 118, 119, 120, 121, Okay. So what kind of a fourth wave we're gonna be in and what is gonna be, you don't have to guess anything. Watch the screen. The screen will tell you. S&P, QQQ, okay. IWM is in a trouble right there. This is in trouble right now. Dow Jones, diamonds, it's fine. The rat house this is I looked at them last week. Sorry, this week. Because the sell signal triggered on a last weekly bar right here. It's the last week bar. This week bar is this. This is the week before with the high right there. This is in trouble right now. So if you're going to look at this, buy here, and now we have a sell here. So this is something to watch. Or doesn't mean we're just going to be like this because, we're coming close to the end of the year. We're up still 7.5%. We can just try to chop around here just to, and, to kill some time. But this is once you have a weekly sell signals, it's just your structure is you can play a daily signal along, but your upside is not going to be too big. It's gonna just the weekly candles are just gonna or bars is gonna hold them. This is something to watch. I'm gonna stay long. I don't care. Down here in 180 anyway, so it's gonna happen. I mean, this is I mean, you think that we're never gonna get a sell signal here on the S&P? Of course we will. It's a matter of time when. Here, buy here, sell here, buy here. You see when you go to a weekly time frame, how clean the charts and signal looks to you? Yeah, but I don't want to do a weekly signals for you guys because you guys don't have a stomach, first of all, to hold. And then the second thing is like you just want to trade more and more like every single day. I mean, I know some of you are just trading every single day. I'm not gonna name them. Well, we'll see how far you're gonna go. Keep doing what you're doing. Market draws down like one sell-off triggers, one or two people is gonna leave, which is fine. I don't. But like, I'm just, there's only one question that comes to my mind is like, is that one single session can literally flush you out? That you need a break now? You just want to step away? How are you positioning that you cannot even simply handle a one single session? The market is gonna come down 5, 6, 7, 8%. What are you gonna do? Jump off the building or something? I mean, I don't know. Like, I don't know who does what all day. I don't know. But it's scary. It's very sad. It's very, very sad that people get liquidated over a one single drawdown. I mean, Everything is in front of you. You know anything can happen. It's very difficult to run seven, eight, nine different option positions. I've done it many times. It's a brain damage, man. It just, come on. So difficult. Every stock is different. It just, three, four positions are working in your favor. Two of them are eating them out. So you should have make money on those three, four that is rallying with the overall market, but the other two are going against it. It happens. You can't run eight, nine, 10 positions all in one shot. You simply cannot. You want to make money? Okay, well, then size up the trade, the existing one that you want to take. It's going to give you a same return. What you're trying to get from those eight trades that you have on the board. Just, I don't know. It's scary. It's literally scary. I mean, it's not like I'm, I love for anyone to come and trade and, we can all learn and get to know each other and have fun, this and that. And if you just kind of go into a much aggressive way and thinking like I'm the one that's gonna climb the top first than anybody else, good luck with that. Tape options are dangerous. If you would ask me personally, as many years I've been trading, I would I would do two things, you know. First, I will only trade butterflies, no directional bets, nothing, just butterflies. That I can always adjust. I can tilt them up, I can tilt them down, I can make it neutral, I can make it, whatever you can. There's so much flexibility with butterflies. That's one strategy. Other, I just simply buy shares. I have plenty of cash available that I have plenty of margin if I wanted to buy shares. I don't mind at all. If I want to, even a swing trade, I want to do $150 trade, 150 shares, no problem. Just buy 150 shares. No time decay, no gamma, no theta, nothing. Stock pops 10 points. That's your payout right there. Just buy the number of shares. I will love this is what I do it, but this is what I like. Verticals and this and it's dangerous. Options this it's a dangerous asset class. But everybody just has the thing like, oh, it's the cheapest way to make the fortune because it's times 100. But then if that's the case, then why 90% people fail every single year? Even in a bull market, people lose money. Why it has such a high rate in the forex market and in the option market? Why 90% traders fail? It's scary. Think about it for a second. Literally burn real cash. I want to make money. Who doesn't want to make money, man? Come on. Name me one person in the world who say like, well, I don't want to make money. Discipline, patience, man, is going to teach you everything. But some of them are just, and in people who are wrong, they're not going to admit they're wrong. I don't understand what's so shame about it. Like, you're wrong, you're wrong. And I'm wrong as well. Shit, okay, fine. What do you think is going to happen? I'm not going to trade next day. Um, okay, and these, I mean, bigger pictures is good. You know, semis, so that they're fine. I mean, the only thing I have, we gotta have to keep an eye is at IWM. I think the IWM run for the year is almost done. unless we make a full reversal back in the next 2 weeks. That's the one thing. But yeah, once you hit with this kind of a sell signal on a weekly time frame, after this much time, yeah, it's gonna take some time. So we're okay. We'll see what happens. The overall market is doesn't, it looks good based on a weekly time frame. So I focus on this picture and then squeeze trades into a smaller time frame. Weekly is very important time frame. See a full price action and just look how clean the signals are. Yeah, well, you need a stomach as well to hold these kind of a trades when the signal fires. Keep that thing in mind. Gives you the same thing. This signal triggers here, stop loss right there. Previous week low is going to be a stop loss. Sell signal triggered here. Previous week high is going to be a stop loss. That's it. Now, whatever you find your entry here is where your entry is against this high. It's not rocket science. I made it really, really simple. So we're gonna watch. I can show you some of these names. We can scroll through it. Now we're looking at a weekly time frame, right? So you have to pay attention now that how many of them already has a weekly sell signal. But then again, they're gonna change on a daily time frame. This is what we discussed earlier. You have to pick what time frame works for you. You can't match two, you can't trade on two different time frames. You see, look at the ConocoPhillips, has a sell signal on it. So this pop right there is fine. It could be a counter trend move. We don't know that. So for the swing trade, I'm not just gonna marry the trade. You know, Palantir, right? I'm just gonna go through the list here because I have a watch list on the other side. I don't want to bring it here. It's gonna mess up the settings. So this is fine. Palantir is fine. I'm just gonna go one by because the S&P 100, UNP, right? Look at that, so damn choppy. I traded this one. We did a leaps on that one. Paid really good. Choo-choo train trade. I think it was somewhere around here. And this was a move. Yeah, it's got to be this one. It's been a while. Yeah, we caught this one there. So anyway, Exxon Mobil. Look at this move, man. T-Mobile. Got the sell signal. Just like these names that are like ABT sell signal, Pepsi sell, IBM still a buy right there. The mean where that's where they got the rally to the upside. Amgen right there, sideways grind kind of breakout. This one is gonna split. This one has a sell since what July 7th. Sorry, July 14th. So we're in an end of what, mid-November now. See, that's why the stock is not breaking out. A lot of these stocks right now for the years are they're struggling. Johnson baby oil is good. GE is fine. Cisco got a pop was fine. The kitty cat right there is fine. This one is down. That's a covered call stock. Anyways, Wells Fargo is fine. Philip Morris sell. FedEx is FedEx has been it's trying to creep up. You see, the last 5 weeks is this stock is on a run. Not really paying attention to this. JD is a good one. Duke Energy sell. We just looked at the rotation. We just looked at the rotation on a 1 hour on a daily time frame. So this kind of a signal. So I always check them. It's not like that I don't trade the daily signal. I do based on the rotation as well. But I'm watching the higher time frame as well. So I will consider that and I'm gonna decide like, okay, should I just play it as a counter trend move? Or if the weekly has a buy and if the daily triggers a buy, then it's like, okay, fine, you know what? Now I can hold this. Coke right there. Coke is actually looking really good for a breakout, to be honest, if you ask me. The rotation looks really good on this one. So Coke might clear this move to the upside towards 74. 74. Damn, my throat is getting so dry. I don't know why. Every cell is gonna it invalidates. It's gonna update on Monday. This move right there. So you took out this high right there, which is 1020. So we'll see. We're gonna see. It's gonna update on Monday because weekly bars updates Monday at the open, and nothing is gonna update now because it's all based. I put everything based on close, not at the end of the session. So the data is gonna update as soon as the market opens at the bell. DHR UPS is got a UPS a buy signal here on a weekly time frame. Work is on the way up. And these are very hard to trade, these moves. I know it's creeping up, but it's just look at the retracement. Look at this move. 3 weeks, 5 weeks down. Imagine that. So you have a 3 weeks run, 5 weeks drawdown, and then you look at the one single week rip to the upside. This is crazy. This is something. This from the low right there. I think this is some sort of a diagonal. Could be. I'm gonna have to look at this. This is a big of an overlap. Some sort of. I don't know. Could be. It looks like it has too much overlap from the low. See, boom, right there. Look at that resistance here, right there, the trend line. You see, when you're trying to put like this, it looks like some sort of a diagonal to me. It's too much overlap. We're, we're coming down from here. You need to form. This is not a 1-2 count. No way. I don't see this thing as a third wave. No, it just says too much overlap here on a weekly time frame. It might just reset here, then it goes. You need 8 swings. This is not 8 swings. That doesn't look to me. Boeing sell this for weeks. I'm watching this one. This is the one we want to buy. And we're gonna watch this. I need this, and then we're gonna throw some. We did a trade on Boeing. It's been a long time. That was a diagonal spread. It was paid pretty good. It popped really good. Um, yeah, we're gonna get the buy signal here on a weekly time frame. We're gonna buy a long dated lead for next year. So it's been down for several weeks. So plus it ended those earnings here. So it's been chopping around here. This is a buy right there for sure. Look at this move from this. Now it's setting back. It's gonna rip. This is the move that we're gonna be looking for probably next year. We just simply I don't know where the end. We're just gonna simply measure it, take this low to this high, project it from this. I don't know if this is a low. It could be here. Yeah, 305. if this low, oh, I don't even know what's gonna be. But again, we need a buy signal first. You can't like expect these kind of an upside. We need a signal, then action. Walmart sell. So these are, let me pull up. I'm gonna go to the whole list. Uber sell. Gilead is moving because the healthcare down. Financials we already did. Meta has already sell, I know for sure. Where the heck is Meta right there? Sell right there, see? It's under pressure. Yeah, we're gonna try to play a bit of a counter trend move until the price recovers. It will. It's gonna just gonna take time. That's all. So when we gonna get the official buy signal here, which I check every week anyways. Monday, when market opens, I usually watch the open for an hour, and then I'm gonna come back here and see that how the weekly charts looks. I know which chart is which because I watch them. I keep track of them. So then I watch him at the Monday Open to see how the weekly last week bar was ended and what triggers, what didn't trigger. So it will show me right away. So yeah, we'll see. That's what I wrote it yesterday as well. If you, I said we're just playing a counter trend move. Um, so that's I think an SO sell. It's the Southern company. Qualcomm is fine. Apple is fine. McDonald too choppy. Sell signal on it as well on a weekly. AIG sell. I'm watching this one. Um, Target here has a buy 91 against this low right here of 1013 low. Nothing really. Honey sell from the top right there. It's been a sell for a very long time. Um, AMD is fine. AMD's been rallying from 91 ever since. GM is fine right there, rallying for 43.77. Yeah, weekly signals they don't trigger that up that soon and that early. Keep that thing in mind. Because you just going into a much higher time frame. So if you wanna only gonna focus on a one single time frame and then you just use the same kind of stop loss like this when it fires and then you just don't babysit anything else. I buy plenty of shares, like, I've been I buy stuff on my brother's account and stuff. I mostly focus on higher time frame, much better return. Yeah, you're gonna have a whipsaws, but here's a buy signal here on BMY. Somebody wants we should take this one, BMY. Oh boy, it's gonna put a stop loss all the way at the lows. It's a nasty close. This is just, man, it's a doji candle or shooting star. Oh boy, that's what it says. Weekly bearish candle. But this thing goes all the way down here. Nothing really. Oh boy. Gotta move from here to here. Just everything bad. Nah. Oh, I don't know. How many is the ATR is that? It doesn't gotta go to the daily time frame. Costco sell for a very long time. Very long time. This thing is a mess right now. This thing has been under pressure since June, you know? getting a week or two bounce, but it just fades, you know. But the point is that once the the time frame is what you have to be paying attention most of the time. Okay. So when the slim thing is gonna trigger or something, this we'll know. Okay. So don't sit and base your opinions on anything. Just follow the screen. I didn't spend years building this just to sit because they look fancy. Google is fine. Google, we got a great entry in Google. Man, this is the one sucker to hold forever. Now, especially with Warren Buffett now. Oh, this dog is gonna be fine. Um, we own it, what, a 162, I believe. Yeah, 162 is my entry in this one. I mean, I hope you still guys have it. Google and Broadcom. These are the two step one. Broadcom, I know I have 195. Those two stocks, I'm never selling it. Um, 3M. Accenture has, look at this sucker right there. It might be due for a pop next week. Triggered on that 20th bar. Retracement down here. Yeah, this one, ACN might get a move. Something to, because you have a 3 bars. The swing is up because it took out this high right there. So you have a 1, 2, you have a 2 lower bars. Okay, well, good. There's going to be a defensive play now. So we got to look for this high of 250 and 255. This is a 250, 255. I know the ECN is looking really good on rotation as well on a daily time frame. I looked it up earlier. I remember that. Um, Amazon, fine. It's kind of setting down. Texas Instruments still got a sell signal on it for a long time. Berkshire Hathaway has a buy on it. Has a buy for a long time since September. Lindy, beat up stock, took a huge hit. This is a very strong company. Um, and not doing good this year, just sitting flat for the year. 1%. Just been whipsawing all year long. Didn't really do Capital One, sell, Home Depot, sell. I know that's why I just look at this Home Depot, man. It's down almost 7% for the year. It's very weird. JPM is fine. Visa is sell. Yeah, Visa, MasterCard, both of them are pigs right now. And remember that UNH right there has sell. There you go. Boom. That's what it's toast. The mean reversion signal on this one. On this sucker. Now this one is going to be invalidate here at 381. So this one actually triggered last week. So a week before high was 381. So that's a lot of room to the upside. Oh, good to sell something here, but this kind of volatility, try not to force any margin trades. No margin trading when volatility spike. Just get that thing in your head. No margin trading. Sorry, no margin trading when volatility spikes. You don't know where the upside or downside is. You don't want to get clipped. Pay the debit. You know exactly how much you're paying for the trade. And if you're wrong, okay, fine. You will know what you can lose, what you put it out. And you're not going to mess around with those stupid credits and stuff and flood, take in $10,000 worth of a margin because you wanted to collect a $600 worth of a credit. Yeah, no. BlackRock, sell. Goldman is fine. ISRG is fine. They got the pop right there after earnings. Booking is weak, I know. Yeah, it's been weak for a long time. Netflix is a sell for a long time as well. So it's gonna split on Monday. So Monday you're gonna have $112 stock. Netflix is gonna reset on Monday. On the 17th. Yeah. Hmm. Interesting. $112 stock is gonna cut down the entire move. Ugh, I hate it. What's the ATR on this one? Yeah, 30. Yeah, good luck. Yeah, we're gonna see 30 again now. $100 stock, it's probably gonna cut it down to like four, five ATR stock now. Probably. What's the NVIDIA? Because it's gonna be a very similar. But is NVIDIA still 8, trending at 8? Well, what do you have in $100 range? $100 range, you have a Citibook, Citi, Walmart, Disney, Bank of New York, ExxonMobil. Yeah, we'll see what the ATR shows because it's gonna drop a lot, I know. Yeah, $100 stock is not gonna have a 10, 15 point move. No, that's crazy. It's not gonna happen.
No AXP?
EXP is the American Express?
Yeah, did you get any weekly signal?
No, it's fine. It's been good. It's been running from here. GS right there is fine. It's pulling back now. This is the only stock I have personally owned. 543 is my net cost. Yes, pulled down yesterday. It's fine. 840. This thing is gonna be $1,000 one day. 543. My imaginary upside target is 1,000 on this stock. We gotta one day might get there. Adobe has a buy on a weekly time frame. Oh no, sorry, on a daily. Right there. Not on a weekly yet. No. Accenture does. So the Accenture is something to watch. Adobe and Accenture rotation, that's actually looking good. So I do a multi-code here. So they uh, probably due for some sort of a breather. Right there, see, it's working. Um, okay. Yes. Oh my, look at this. Oh my God. This is brutal. Ugh. Look at this. It's a proven fact that Bitcoin is going to take a hit. MSTR is going to take a much bigger hit. Look at the rotation. But I'll give you a positive. And this rotation will improve in the next coming days or week or two. Look at this alpha from the benchmark where these things are. This is gonna go wild. You're going into the to the 10th, you're sitting in that 10th decile with the distance. So keep that thing in mind. I know it's gonna this is a game of patience right now. This sucker right there is the further away from the benchmark compared to this. Doesn't mean it's not gonna move. It will. I don't know how far it's gonna go. Sitting in a this thing is going deep. I'm watching. Look at damn. It's almost at 84 now. Shoot. Yeah, usually stocks they come down around like this kind of range. Oops. This kind of range, and they just trying to make his way up. Look at this thing, it'll go down to 84. We'll see. This is I will trade this, you know. We did it once, and you see your best bet with Bitcoin is IBIT. You see how they trail together? That's exactly what you want. If you Bitcoin is fine. I mean, on a Coinbase or whatever you want to own it. Bitcoin. I mean, if you look at the if you study the Bitcoin return, this says. I mean, if you look at them, if you own a Bitcoin for 4 years, no one has ever lost money holding Bitcoin for 4 years. You know that? If you buy Bitcoin at any price, let's say you buy it right now, which is still open, okay? It says in the next 4 years, it has pretty much a guaranteed return. I wouldn't use the word guaranteed, but you're gonna make money in 4 years. It's just the entire if you study the data, but again, 4 years is 4 years, it's a lot of time. But that's your long-term investment. It's gonna this. I mean, I know this rotation is looking nasty, looking really bad, but it doesn't mean it's not gonna improve. It will improve. It will improve, and the signal's gonna fire. When those signals gonna fire, we're gonna go in. So it's just a matter of waiting. It's not about like forcing trades. It's about just waiting for the right system's gonna work. It's gonna work. Look, MSTR weekly. See 417. It has a sell signal for like months. You know? I mean, to me, if we take this high, this to this, look at that. This sucker is almost I think it's right at the bottom, very close to it, right there. I don't know if it's really gonna clear that thing down. Well, you have a resistance here now. Draw some. I don't trade this stock, so don't expect me to. I I wanted to. I liked that company before, but it's just more and more I studied into all the fundamental and what he's doing, it's a very risky bet now, you know? So 231, look at this is the swing low right there. This is just the first low, lower high, lower low. So any bounce is going to be up to that 230 range. So that's going to be a first resistance. That resistance has to be cleared, meaning you need a day or two or weekly close actually above this. And then we'll have to see it if the buy signal is going to trigger. It will come. It's just a matter, it's going to take several weeks. That's all. I will tell you, but I'm going to be, when I'm watching this, I want to trade exactly what the Bitcoin trades. So I'm gonna trade this. I want to buy this one much cheaper. You're gonna get a lot more shares as well. This ABIT. It tracks the Bitcoin spot price almost perfectly, you know. So it's weak. It looks just weak, you know. This sell signal is just you just have to, it's gonna I said this thing what 2 weeks ago or 3 weeks ago. I said Bitcoin is going to be the worst sector class this year. Tell me I was wrong. Because I'm watching these rotation and the signal, and then I kind of have an idea like, okay, if the weekly signal triggers here, then usually how many weeks that it has to kind of hold it to the downside. Yeah, but then you just kind of like calculate the last quarter. And then you say like, okay, well, we don't even have them. We have 6 weeks left. What do you expect? The 6 weeks, the price rip to like what, 100,000 price based on what? So you start calculating time. So then you come across it like, okay, well, first you don't have enough time. Second, you have a weekly sell signal. You need like several weekly closes above for this thing to fire to catch an upside trend. So like, yeah, it's gonna be a flat. Look, 0.8% year to date. The sucker right now, as of this week. 0.8. Down 17.73 for the quarter, 14.17 down for the month. This week alone, it took a 9.8%, 18% hit. 9% hit on an ETF. ETFs don't get whacked this much. It's not like a stock. How much MSTR is down? Let me see. Month to date, this year to date is 31%, quarter 38, month is 25, weekly 17.43. But the thing is, this is like, if the price is cheap, it doesn't mean that's the low, you know? This is what I'm buying here. I'm buying here. You can play a counter trend move. You can do that, but picking bottoms and tops is not an easy game. It's a very dangerous game. It's just try to time the bottoms and tops. I've nailed a lot of bottoms, but when you wait for the official buy signal and then you take a trade, your odds are really, really good. I mean, you could be wrong. I mean, it's not up to you to be wrong, but market is gonna give you the answer. If the price is gonna flip, but at least you have a structure which is built. Now the system tells you, okay, now act, now go long. But why you cannot wait for that? That's the only debate. That's the only question, you know? So when I run scans, I feel I cannot sit here and I just went through all these one by one. I mean, I don't have time for that. That's why I have the scanner. I run a scan over there and I just look for momentum. So like, okay, where the momentum is and where I can find alpha, come back over here to this screen and just try to see where we can buy. That's the trades that we take. Just a process over and over. The signal's never going to end. You know that, and I know that. This is for life. I tell you that. This thing's never going to end. It's just whatever the cell signal is going to trigger is going to run its course. It's going to find the floor, fire a buy signal, buy the stock. Now you in the trade. But now I want to buy it at 200. Well, you don't know. 200, the sucker can come down to 145. You know, the rotation looks brutal, has a sell signal on a weekly and on a daily time frame, right? Rotation looks bad, but I want to buy. You cannot buy anything else. It has a buy sign on it, but no, but I want to buy this one. But you figure out a low. Or then if the price pop from 200 to 220, or you got a 20-point pop on one single session, oh, I called the low. See, I told you price rebound. But your overall structure is broken. If you base it on just that 20-point move for a single trade, that's a different way of looking at price. You know, you're just looking at you're just playing a counter trend move based on a session or two. Yeah, doesn't mean that you're not gonna make money. Of course you will. But your overall structure is broken. You know, when all these things lines up, it tells you sell here and buy here. System will do the work for you. You never do anything. It's gonna do all. Look at that sell right. What is that? AMT. I want to buy this stock. Don't get me wrong, but I'm just not gonna touch it. It's like screw that. It's been now down for September 4th. It's been down like so. You know, the point is that once the higher time frame structure breaks, you know, any daily, I will tell you, is just, when I close the trade, I close the trade. That's it. It just, I watch and I will know right away that I'm buying a daily signal. Even the fact that I know that it has a weekly sell signal, so that daily signal, that trade is gonna be only a counter trend move, just a counter trend play. As long as I can get the DTR and ATR match side by side up to 100, anything if it pops a little bit over 100, I'm fine. Because I'm trying to play a counter trend move, even the fact that I know that the higher time frame structure is broken for several weeks. So I'm not gonna fight that there's not gonna be much upside, you know? So if you're gonna want to match this, now let's say 183 here on January 20th, right? January 20th. Let's go in a smaller time frame. Now you go back to right there. See, January 20th. This is January 14th. You see how they match? This is this is very hard to find signals like this. You see right there, 114. And then at the same time in a weekly time frame, this was on 120th, which is the week ended. You see this upside here? Look at this upside here. They're both gonna trail. This is very hard to find. The same week, right, of signal fires, and a day or 2 days before, within the same week, a daily signal fires. It's like a one of a kind. I'm always hunting for these trades, but and like a once in a blue moon, you ever gonna see that? They're two different time frames. This is very hard to match. And once you get them, you go in. I think we did a trade on that one. I believe, if I remember. I don't know, some of you did. But I think it was last, not this year. Not this year. I think last year we had a pretty solid. I remember that it was I made over $4,000 or so on that spread that I was holding. I don't think it was this year. It was last year, I believe. Yeah, lesson for time frames. Okay, there's a daily buy signal here. It's gonna be a weak one. I mean, you can get the upside, but you still fighting this. So it's a counter trend move. That doesn't mean just not a trade. Yes, a daily structure has built, right? So it can play a couple points move to the upside. You still gotta fight the 50, then you got the 200 here as well. You see the point? It's just you have to pay attention to these kind of things though. You know, higher time frame structure is broken. You try to play a counter trend move. You know exactly where your wall is sitting as well in case if the price does rally, manage to pop. Well, this is going to be the first wall. It's going to be a forced rejection right there as soon as you're going to test them. Then you're going to go to the next hurdle. Then you're going to fight that one out. You know, you get a fake out. You might just get the retest back off. Yeah, it's a lot of, managing trade is just, is a just pain in the ass, to be honest. Throwing a trade on the board, it just takes what, a couple seconds, boom, you're in. And now you gotta sit and take the punishment. Not, it just depends how a trade goes. Some that goes instantly move. Some takes few days. Some is gonna torture you. Some just not gonna play out at all. Yeah, you just don't know. I mean, there's a lot of time you instantly open a trade, the trade starts moving right away. Those are the best ones. Perfect timing, entry was perfect. Boom, candles after candles are all popping up to the upside. Quick payout. Some of them are just up and down, up and down, up and down. It depends where you buying it, and these are the things that I had to put all into a perspective, then just to look at rotation, momentum, alpha, this and that. It just, I'm testing something totally new as well now, so it's gonna take me several months to see what the results are, you know. So just to I need to confirm. I always have an idea that once the signal triggers, where do you actually get the real confirmation of an actual trend established? Okay. So for that, it has nothing. Signals are signals. Those are different script, different whole ball game. I need a later confirmation. Okay. You're picking up something from a low which has a broken, meaning the chart is technically bearish, but you try to buy something, but where does that structure actual turns into a trend? Okay. So that's the thing that I just did a lot of brain damage to build that. So what is that is I'm just gonna give you a hint for it, but then once I will test them out over the coming weeks, months, then I'll have a much better idea. You're gonna see two dots on a chart. Okay, one is gonna have a pink dot right here. It's little, I know it's a little hard to see because that's the biggest I can make. There's going to be a blue dot. Okay, blue is going to be for a bullish, pink is for the bearish. Okay, so this is the biggest you can get. I can see it, but you can see them right there. There's a pink here, blue here. So these are darts gonna pop right there on those daily bars. So these same darts right there, I've named them. I call them matrix signal. It's gonna have this trigger point right there. It's in a pink right now, meaning it's bearish, right? It's a pink dot. Sell signal already triggered a couple days before. This is confirmed. An actual downside trend was confirmed. that time when the pink dot appeared. Price took a dip. We haven't got a blue dot yet. Blue is the bullish dot, right? Pink is bearish. Blue is bullish. So where does the blue dot will appear? When the price will hit 189.16. This is the trend confirmation. Even the fact that you know that it has a pink dot, correct? That is reflecting this. That established a downtrend. Now the buy signal triggered here. Where do you get the later confirmation that that buy signal trend is turning into a trend? It could be just a small counter trend move. Okay, you don't know that. But a downtrend, when you have them on a stock, when does it officially turns it into a trend? It turns into this. That's your trigger point. So that's when the blue dot will appear. So that's when you write that thing up, and then it's going to give you the print where the thing will flip right back on you. I will give the whole description later on, but I'm testing this thing and taking some few shares that I bought and stuff and just kind of test it out over the weeks. Basically, it's not like um this is a screen we're gonna go by, right? This is when we buy, this is when we sell. What I wanted to do, what I want is I want a later confirmation is where is the trend established. That's what is that's what this dot will do. So I can do on any chart. I mean, it's just like Boeing right there, right? See, the Boeing right there has a pink dot right here on the 911, right? So the pink dot is still there. It has a pink label here. So meaning that the trend, I mean, it has, you see it triggered buy, sell, get very choppy. So the overall trend is down because it has a pink dot. Even the fact that you're going to have a multiple buy sell signals in between, but it doesn't give you the actual confirmation of an actual trend established until you hit a trigger point. A trigger on this one is 208. So meaning that the price will come all the way back here toward this area here. This is where you're going to start to see the trend is starting to establish. That's what the trigger point is on this. So when I take a screenshot, you don't have to really live by that yet because I still gotta have to collect a lot of data, for several weeks and months just to kind of see like if this thing is working out for me. And I'm gonna leave them so because I have to watch. So and then I track stocks and see like okay where does the dot appeared and it just you always have to keep improving and upgrades your workflow basically was what that's what it is. Because when you buying something like you see right there has a blue dot right there ABT, this one is gonna go. See, just flip into a blue. It was down right here. That's a pink dot right here. Man, I should have freaking closed that. So this is gonna break out right there. It's a nice buy signal. I close it. I'm being over $400, 800 under my other account, and it was like a close to like a 1250 kind of payout. Sucker, I should have held it. See, now I got a blue dot. So that means it's bullish. Now, what does that mean? Now the trigger is 122.33. If the price reverse back to 122, which is almost going to be back to the pretty much to the stop loss, right? That's when you're gonna have the 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 trend goes right back to the downside. Okay. So your trend confirmation, the buy signal is here way early. Buy signal is going to do all the work for you. Okay. The first, this comes later. So you're basically looking for a later confirmation of an actual trend to establish. This is where the trend is establishing. This is where you're going to see the breakout now. See the channel right there? Could get a dip right there, whatever, but it's going to go. Now you got a bit of, now the trend is emerging. Okay? That's where this one. So you're going to, so when you're going to see a screenshot, pink bearish, blue bullish. So the blue number is whatever the number is that you need to defend for the pink to flip. Okay, I hope I'm making sense. Okay, this is bullish, blue. Pink is bearish. Once you hit that trigger number, that's when the trend will flip. Look, so this is bullish. Even the fact it has signal, sell signal on it, right? The blue dot is right here. 164.65, we're at 173. So we're at, draw a line here. So 164, 64, 65, right there. Basically to this line right there, the yellow line. Right there. So if the price reverse, okay, takes out this low right here, is gonna flip to a pink dot. The banner will change to pink. I wanna keep a little different color because it's easier for me to see it that way. I don't want to turn everything the red and green. It's very common. It's just I just want to use two different colors. You know, I hope I would have. I mean, I tried this cheap ass Optima. You can do such an advance like this little blue dot right there. You see, it's just like Optima does like such a good way of scripting and everything, but this is just such a cheap software. You know, it just you write like some sort of a complex script, you can't even run a scan. Now, what nonsense is this? You know, because it sucks up too much of their memories and stuff and things like this. So they don't want people running complexes, scripting. It just it's crazy. Like Palantir, right? You see, it has a pink dot. There's a cell signal that triggered first. Then a pink dot appeared, right? There's in a pink. So now what print does um, Palantir need for this thing to flip back to the upside? 2 or 3. So basically what it is, you have a cell signal, dot confirmation, gives you the 100% bearish sign, and then this is it. So now the structure right there is what is bearish on a daily time frame, not on a weekly time frame, on a daily time frame. This is for your swing trading. You know, sell triggered here, pink dot appeared here. Well, it got chopped around sideways. We haven't got any blue dot right here, blue dot right there. It's a little one. I know sometimes it's just that's the big this is the big I can get. But this is why I put a banner up here on the top. You know, so this way I will know pink is bearish, blue is bullish. That's all I want to know. What number, what is the trigger point for upside to open is 203. And what will be the downside? You know, that will be on the blue banner because that's for the bullish. So I hope it makes sense. Okay, because we're looking for trend. We're not looking for to trade a choppy correction. Corrections are very subjective. You wanna We want to be in a trade. We want to ride trends. We want to fight trends. So you have an early entry. Where do you get the confirmation for it? That's what this will do. That's what these darts and the banner will give you the exact print. These are pretty good targets as well. You see right there, what is that called? Yeah, AMT. Why I keep coming back to this one? Now this one has a buy signal. Same thing. We go right back to the stops. So we have the stops of 176. Now signal is valid. Stops are right here. Where does this thing confirms, okay, that the trend is establishing at 189.16? So that is right around here, basically right to this yellow line. So once if the price will get here, it's going to continue and come in, the trend establishing. Then it will flip into a blue one. Right now it's pink. It's hammer close yesterday. So the pink will flip into a blue and the blue dot will pop. Just the one you just saw an example of the, what is it, ABT? See the little blue dot popped yesterday? So that's your upside confirmation, like right there. See pink? On the bigger screen, it's kind of harder, but right there. You see how long? Even the fact you're going to have a lot of, so because the reason why I'm trying to do is because I don't want to, I'm going to try my best not to get chopped up in the middle of a trend. So it means it, like, if the point is like if it has a pink dot, it means the trend is down. If the trend is down and if the signal will picks up a buy entry, so I will take the trade, but I will know that I'm just only gonna play a very short-term counter trend move. So I will, when I'm gonna, when I put out a trade, I will tell you on the description that this is a counter trend move. Okay. So a counter trend move, then you will know upfront that we will need further more confirmation for this price to rally to X amount for this thing to flip to trend. So you just pay attention to that. It will say if it's a counter trend move or if it's not a counter trend, so because that's how we're just gonna manage it there. So we'll know ahead of time what we're entering, why we're in a trade, and we'll see how it goes. So like this is a pink dot here, right? So the pink dot here has kept the price down all the way it will until it breaks 80. Once it breaks 80, that's when we look for the upside. Even the fact the buy signal is here, right? So you could take in a trade, going to make like a 1 or 2 points. It's 15 is 50 right there, but the trend has not established yet from the low yet until it takes out the 80. That's where it is. Just a later confirmation. It has nothing to do with the buy sell. Okay, but we're looking for um, the, what number like this one. Look, Amazon right there. See the little blue right there, right? Got the huge pop on earnings. Now the sucker is almost fading, like almost closing the gap. 231 we gotta watch right there, basically. So if this thing starting to reverse back down here like this, okay, this thing is gonna flip right back to the pink like this. See the pink right here? So it's just choppy. It's a choppy range bound price, right? Because it's been so sideways for such a long time. So we gotta watching this 231. Meta, we need 670. So it has to go up basically right to that 200 MOM. Oh, there you go, makes sense. It broke the 200, spent look how many days to the downside. So if it's gonna break above 200 moving average, that's when the meta is gonna have the upside. That's the pink dot right there. Okay, you got the pink dot here. Price went sideways, got the pop. Didn't, well, I don't know what the trigger price was that time. Couldn't flip the trigger, and then took a leg down on earnings. So we'll see. NVIDIA 206 has a pink dot as well, just like Palantir. These both are just working kind of side by side. So it's 206 is the upside right there, right through this 206 basically. So if you want to make a bullish bet, I'm sorry, bullish bet. I mean, 206 is gonna be is the confirmation for a breakout to the upside. That will open the upside on NVIDIA. I can tell you. Okay, so we're looking for blue and pink dots. Just keep an eye on those ones. So when I send a screenshot, so it's again, I'm gonna watch. This is not something that I'm gonna start sizing up like crazy or something. I always have that thing in my head is like a trend is down, um, a structure built, a swing turns up, meaning after 3 bars up, right? The swing turns up. Now the GAN tells you the 3 bar swing is up. Okay, fine. But I wanted to see what the rotation is along with the buy signal here. But then this buy signal that you picking up an entry from the bottom, where does it actually turns into a trend? That's the main, that was the main debate. Like I had that thing in my head, so I'm always thinking. So then I wrote like, put some things together and put some ATRs and swing the percentage ranges on these how much is the ranges for this drop against this so calculate these so then I just put everything into it and you know I was yeah I just put them they just don't let me make this thing big. That's the problem, but it's okay. That's what it is. Cannot do anything. AMD right there is blue. Yeah, every time when you see a blue is bullish. That's it. Okay, so your your eyes should be on only one thing that the trigger point, blue is bullish. For the blue to flip, you need to defend 227. You want to defend 227. That's all. Okay. But you have a sell signal. There's a pretty good chance that you might get down there, but or you might not. 227 is somewhere around here. That will confirm this right there. So if that's the case, and then you're looking probably most likely like an ABC move to the downside. So you can just run this low, this high right there, kind of like 221. Or you can, because it already has a sell signal on it, so you can always kind of connect the high and low. So it's kind of trail sideways because such a big upside. But you need to defend 227. So that would, you know, so these are the prints that you wanted to see the Google, like stocks like these, like I've been last like week or two, like 2 weeks now. It's been 2 weeks now. I have it. Yeah, like from last 2 weeks, I'm more focused on the darts, even the fact that you get the sell here. Now Google was up to 287 at the close. It's gonna open up somewhere around here, close to probably like 290. But the blue dot is here, you see, 265. Look at the low here. The low was yesterday low was 270. You see? So I was watching this to see if, but now I rip right back up. So it's okay. It's just a later confirmation, it's always good to have it. Call this is a called matrix signal. Yeah, IBM right there. See, has a blue dot here. So it needs to defend 290. It has a sell signal now, just to let you know. I don't know if it's gonna go or not, but you need 290, which is down here. So if the price breaks below the 290 here, then it's gonna pop the pink dot. So anything can happen, you know, see? Pink dot here, buy signal here. See, it's not breaking that 309. So we'll see on Monday what happens. It's chopping around. See, it needs to break. It pokes, it backs off. That's bearish. Pink is bearish. Right away, you can just look up at the screen right there. It tells you. You know? Blue is bullish. It's bearish right there. It needs 352 for Adobe to flip. Broadcom, see that's pink. You need 384. And Broadcom is pulling back. So this pink is bearish. That's a pink dot right there. So now the price, if it reverse, it needs to take out 384. As long as it stays below 384, well, it's the trend now is to the downside. Structure is broken. Rotation is probably rotating out of into somewhere into a weakening quadrant or something. It probably go into a lagging quadrant, you know. So the momentum is failing. Signal confirms. Later confirmation confirms. So what else do you need? You know, these are the things we're just gonna build this thing as like like no other. I'm gonna try to maintain. Um, you see it broken right there. Microsoft. The 525 all the way basically up till here. So any any price action below 525 is going to be a counter trend pop right there. Just like, you know, that's it. Your confirmation to the upside is 525. Gonna be good. Don't worry about it. Yeah, don't remind me we doing this, are we holding, recutting. It's just I got so annoyed yesterday, you know. It was just I don't what it is, just like, okay, fine. You don't if you cannot see a down position, just close the trade. Okay, just close the trade. That's the only thing I can tell you. It's just like, well, my money's not on the line. It's like, you know, just I don't know. I'm just I kind of got really irritated in the morning. I was like, I hate to start my day like this, to be honest. You know, it's not like I left everybody hanging on some positions or something. It's like I have no clue what we're doing and this and that. I mean, we have a log. We're tracking every single thing, updating everything in Canvas right there. I put some rules here, so yeah, a few people mentioned me and the so I said some, I mean, again, we're all adults, okay? We all know how to behave, what to say, what not to say. I know some takes it a little, you know, seriously, and some doesn't want to want to talk about politics and things like this. So just try to be, you know, more neutral and just behave. That's all. I mean, I'm not trying to be your dad or trying to be a policeman here, but just behave. That's all it is. See, no politic debates, no cussing, offensive language, respect everyone, no religious culture decisions, stay on topic, confidentially. That's it. Focus on signals, rotation, and we do our work and we move, you know? So yeah, we have our log, you know, we've been doing. So this just I know what I have. I don't need reminders. So I know what I'm watching, what I'm willing to open new next. It just like I don't like that. So if a down position, if you know that you have so much time left and it can be managed and we're gonna open more trades or something, we'll try to hedge it. I mean, if we have all these flexibility, I don't, you know, but you don't have the stomach to watch like, oh, my position is down and okay, well then cut it. It's gonna be cleared by overnight, so then you're not gonna have it. So yeah, we log and I have everything on ChatGPT. It's just it tracks all the everything's in a vault, so everything gets updated and it's all there. I mean, I'm not gonna s- left you out hanging on some trade. Like I have no clue that we opened one and we never closed it, and I closed it and you didn't close it, and now you were down. I don't want to do this nonsense. What it is, what it is. Just if it goes our way, it goes our way. If it doesn't, move on. Signals for life. Believe it. And the day I'm gonna retire, I don't know. I'm still got a long way to go. Yeah, just whoever's gonna be my loyal customers, my clients, I'm gonna give you all this access. You can have it. You can give it to your kids. So we'll see. I still got a long way to go. By that time, you'll be a fully expert by that time. If you're gonna stick around. If you don't, that's fine. No problem. No big deal. I'll be here. I'm not going anywhere. Yeah, that's the. I'll build something over the years. We'll trade off from it, and then by the end, when I decide to buy a place somewhere else to move with my wife, but then you guys can use the rest. You will know exactly over the years that you'll know how the system has worked over the years. You know what to look for. You know how to find a trade. So all this, I will definitely hand you all the scripts. I mean, you can for Optima, you need to buy. You can buy Optima. It's not. It's gonna pay off in two trades. So then all the scripts, you just save them and one by one, and that's it. Now you have full screen you use whenever you retire, when you give it to your kids, they can pass along, and that's it. Just keep rotating it. But in the meantime, for you to just keep trading, keep trading a couple of years. I will keep making updates, and I don't think I'm gonna do much more. To be honest, I'm just tired. This is fine the way it is. I'm just messing around with something new that I had just had an idea in my head. Is you buying something in a downtrend, like, when does it officially turns into a trend? Like here, you see the blue dot right there? See, it's in a rising trend. The price making higher highs. See, like basically, so you look from here, this price action, which is a sideways chop, right? So sideways chart, that's got your confirmation for a breakout. That's what the candle right there does. So now 543 will be somewhere around here. That needs to be defend right there against any dip. Any dip below 543, 46. Oops, 546 will flip this thing down. That's what it is. Okay. All right. I gotta go. Show is
So,
over.
so that will be the ultimate signal will be a daily, a weekly, and a blue dot. If they all fire the same week, geez, that will be a nice trade.
I know, but they're so damn hard to keep.
That's okay. We don't need.
I
We
do.
just need a few.
Yeah, again, I look them up, and because most of them is gonna pick up from a scan once I'm gonna run them on Optima, right? Because I look for a weekly and a daily rotation there because I'm looking first. We need a momentum, right?
Sure.
Momentum is a number one thing. So when there's no momentum, when there's no buyers, well, then you just you don't want to take a just that's not a good bet to make. But if I ever come across, which I'm always hunting for, one I know it's not that easy to line them up, and those are the ones, man, you just want to go a little heavy.
Mm.
Not like crazy, but just gotta size up the trade.
Yeah.
That's yeah, those are like
Or
double
or
confirmation
hold it
trades.
or hold it for longer also.
Correct,
Have a
correct,
bigger viewpoint on it.
correct. Because the weekly structure and your daily just kind of goes, and like right there, you see this. I'm just click right there. PM with the Philip Morris. It's a cigarette company. They make all those Marlboros and all that, whatever. This is the you see the blue dot pops right there. Even the fact now you see now it needs to defend 146. Now this is bullish. Buy signal is in, blue dot is in. We need signal first, and we need a later confirmation of a blue dot first because the signal will trigger on a pink dot. Okay? Because it's scripted differently. One will work first as like it always does, but we need a later confirmation for where is the number which needs to break for trend to establish to the upside. So this is trend establishing now, so that's what it is. So we're gonna just watch. You don't have to do anything yet because I still gotta test them out for like several weeks, months, probably month or two. So I might have probably like I would say probably like February, March of next year, 2, 3 months of data that once I'm gonna collect to see how it works, if it's gonna work the right way, meaning it's fine. If it's not, then I'm just gonna remove it. That's all. I'm just gonna delete it. Something new that just wanted to, yeah, because you don't, the thing is this, like a stock took this big of a beating, right? System comes in, tells you where to buy. Okay, fine. And now you're like thinking like, okay, well, you need to understand one thing that you're fighting this. So you're expecting a V reversal, that's the one debate. Or does it like move sideways and then so you don't know which way the candle's gonna open close, right? But the point is like you fighting this. But look at the time. They use literally thinking like, okay, well, I'm technically fighting a 2 months of a drawdown. Do you need like what the instant reversal? The instant reversal happens most likely probably on earnings, right? But on a regular trading days, it's gonna take time because you're trying to offset 2 months of weakness, right? But then the question is only now if the signal has to hold and where is the trigger point? Then you will have a much better conviction like, okay, fine, now I'm in a trend establishing signal. I should let this thing work. That's what it is. So you see, like you're not taking one idea, you take multiple ideas and you're trying to merge them to see if you come to the same conclusion. That's the model. Okay, because one script, two script, three script, they're all gonna be three different scripts, right? They're all going to work on their own terms. When you make 2 to 3 agreed on one scenario, well, then you have a much better odds, right? That's the way you look at. That's how I look at trading. You you take multiple darts, you connect them, and you see like, okay, how many of them are in your favor, right? I give you an example of Meta. Why did I take a Meta trade? Weekly buy signal, and I see a daily rotation. But we don't have a buy signal here. Neither does on a weekly time frame. But I have two against two, right? So I'm like right in the middle. I have two in my favor against two against me. I know it has a sell signal on a daily time frame and on a weekly time frame. But on the other side, the rotation is improving and the weekly has a buy signal on the Optima screen. So it's a 50-50 chance. So can I call this on a counter trend move? Fine. Am I willing? Can Meta pop to 638, a midpoint of that 52 weeks high and low, which is called the mean reversion? Possibly. I have 60 days, for God's sake, for 2 months, you know? So that's what it is, So I'm a 50-50 counter trend move. If that counter trend move, let's say in a day or two, three, four, by next week, and a week and a half or 2 weeks, suddenly triggers a buy signal, well, then I'm in a much better shape, right? But I'm not fighting a shorter term time frame. I have plenty of time. At least I have two and two to go. But the other side is like when I'm looking for scanning part, like a certain stock that I found in a scan, look for a momentum, look for a buy signal. So I have momentum here. I have looking for alpha because, and then I'm trying to connect that thing with the buy signal and take the trade. It's not just, it's the work is all done, but you just take in multiple confirmation to enter a trade. Just not on one, like most traders just simply rely on a one single chart. I don't do that. I want several conditions kind of give me a same hint. Like, okay, should I go long or should I just simply wait right now? Rotation is everything. That's we track them pretty much every single day. I mean, I always watching those, but I try to post them as well. But um, sector wise, that's the main where the heck it went. This is 11 sectors of an S&P is what we have to watch. Every single stock that you own is in here. Okay, it reflects in one of these sectors. See how these XLK, XLY, man, this thing is a dog, man. This is crazy. It was really um, pointing here. Look how it reversed yesterday. Amazon and Tesla, it's just these two are industrials are okay. Technology is way down here now. Keep in mind, this right there, watch the weekly. Look at that. Yeah, don't give up on calling any market tops and stuff. This pullback is gonna get bought.
Uh, Mo, I saw an interesting chart online comparing XLY and XLP, dividing them.
Oh, you take
Yeah,
I have a
taking
ratio.
ratio of XLP to XLY. XLP's been in a downtrend for a long time, and it's just starting to see a shift back, which
Consumer staple is okay. This is an S&P. I mean, you trying to compare two
yep.
comparison of two sectors?
But they're
Best is always going to be an S&P. Yeah, this is a ratio chart. It gives you a ratio of 0.11 at the XOP divided by S&P. We can do a comparison. XOP.
do XLP first, XLP to XLY, because XLP is usually more in a downtrend. So you'll see the shift better.
What is this historical?
Last time this shifted,
What is that XLP?
XLP to XLY. Yeah. I'm just, it's just interesting. I'm not calling tops, but the last time this shifted was February 2025.
Yeah, right there, hit 2025. No, it was XOY year to date, this one XOP point negative 1.42. So all XOY definitely a much better relative strength compared to this one. Well, you have a much bigger name than this one anyways. XOP, what do you got? Um, the, God, I forgot. XOP. Yeah, you got Costco, Walmart. Yeah. Is it XOP, Celsius, Estee Lauder? So which one is the one? Celsius 62%, Monster Drink, Philip Morris. This is the one that's on the move right now. It's a whoa. Got a daily signal as well. Says Estee Lauder, Walmart, Costco. This is a dog right there. Costco. We just looked at him. Walmart, Coke. Coke is looking a little interesting. The swing up. Pepsi. Pepsi is good. I was looking at this yesterday. This is something I might swing a trade on this one right there. You know, you see it's just trying to close above this 50 and 200. Well, some of you are putting some, I don't even check anything from chat.
I put the chart, the one I was talking about, just so you could see what I
Oh,
was.
okay. Yeah. Okay, so you just do it. Yeah, Pepsi is something you see right there, that 50 and 200. Yeah, Pepsi, this thing is gonna, it's gonna go. You see this move right there? This is some sort of a WXY kind of choppy little pullback. Can just play a move to the upside. This is something that we can.
But when you see this, would you just focus on trying to target first the 155 in case it stays range bound?
149. Oh, the trigger price?
Like when you're looking at this, right?
Okay.
It's sideways for a little bit. You have your major resistance around 155. That's first target, no?
The confirmation or it has a pink dot. It has a buy signal with a pink dot, right? The label right here is pink. So the upside confirmation is 149.60, so roughly like 150. So 145 right now. So we need to come up till basically around here. Okay. That will break this, that will confirm the upside. So right now it has a buy signal. Okay. It doesn't mean that we cannot buy a trade and get up till here. If we get here and if it turns blue with the new blue dot, then we just hold a sucker. That's it. That's the confirmation that we need, is the blue dot while we're in the buy signal. Your buy signal, it will never gonna match a blue dot. It will always gonna match a pink dot because you're buying a low. Okay, so technically now it's other conditions met and signal triggers, and now you go long. And where does it confirm the upside? At this print at 150. That's what we're looking for. So in this case right there, if it's 145, 150, is it a better bet to make 145, 150 bet like trade or like a vertical spread? Yeah, perfect. Stock moves 2.53% ATR. You're making a 5-point wide spread. So 145, 150 call spread, buy signal. You just wait for the 150. If the stock rips above 150, either you can just close it. If it turns into a full spread, the trend, you just probably max out the sucker. It depends how much time do you have. You see, that's what it is. I mean, that's the we have our later confirmation, but we enter a trade where the signal fires, and then we'll look for a later confirmation where the thing is going to flip because this thing is sideways. So where does it breaks out to the upside? When it breaks 150. That's it. That's the game. Yeah, I might go long this stock next week. Well, defensive stock as well. The market is kind of goofing around right now anyway, so a little bit of a defensive play on the board. Do a 145, 150 call spread. 5 point wide spread. You can leave that one up on the board. It has a buy signal anyway, so it's not like we just randomly throw in trade. 4 point, roughly a 4 point worth of a risk. Yeah, risk in four and see if it kind of grinds its way up to the upside from there, and that's it. You know. Well, let me see if is it on a rotation. What is Pepsi? Right there. Oh, it looks good. Not bad. Right there. So definitely, yeah, look at this defensive play. Worth it. Yeah, I might do that one. Let me write it down. Here's what I want. Okie dokie. Enjoy the rest of the day. Thank you. As always, stay focused. Oops. Do here. Let's see what we can make on the other half. And then we'll see. Yeah, we closed three trades. Yeah, I didn't really, I didn't even, the last 2 days, I didn't really trade anything to be honest. Just trying to go where so we open, so I bought shares, Meta. So we close, yeah, used it. Yeah. Okay, so we started the week on Monday. Monday we didn't do anything. Tuesday we closed COP. 407. Then we closed ABWI 26. Then we closed ABT. That was 31. So we just only closed three trades. Then I closed this one because of SPY of the of 221. 250 would have would have made more money on this one, but hey, sometimes you make dumb calls. I made a call because the swing turned up, even the fact that it has a sell signal on it. So market has some weakness, so don't go crazy on sizes. That's the only thing I can tell you. And then yeah, we closed. All we did is closed. I didn't really open anything. So we closed this one, COP, we closed ABWI. So we closed two on Tuesday. Then we closed, didn't trade, we didn't do anything on Monday. So we closed two on Tuesday, we closed one on Wednesday, and then we closed another one later on, which was a SPY. So we closed two and two on Wednesday, didn't do anything on Thursday. And then Friday, yesterday, we opened Meta and then bought some shares. That's it. That's all I did for the whole week. You know, and I like it. Love it. That's perfect. 3 days of 3, 4 days of trading, 2 days to watch. You know, yeah, I didn't. I kind of told by Wednesday when I just because you have to look at this. The S&P, look, it look a little rough. You know, monthly bar of a Russell 2000 is already lower now. Okay. This one right there is an inside bar on a monthly time frame. Okay. Because we still have 2 more weeks to go. And this is another inside week. You see, this is lower, inside, inside, higher bar. The market is just going to a nasty rotation right now. Okay, so don't expect like there's a clear green sign across the board. It is not. Look what they're doing. Two are technically going sideways. Most of the value stock popped here. They all got faded in the last 2 days. Dow just went up like 1,000 points and just whacked 1,000 points, in 2 days. So it's just like, it's a little bit mixed. We're still an inside week. Oh, sorry, month. So when we end up and we ended the show with an inside weekly bar right here. So we'll see. I don't know. I probably if this thing flips next week, weekly swing turns down, okay, that will already confirmed. I mean, daily signal is already there. If this thing triggers, yeah, we're gonna with this year is to me is gonna be done. You're not gonna flip a weekly signal right swing right back up. It doesn't do that. But I'll give you a line in the sand because we still have a blue dot, okay, which is here. So watch 66.76 right there. We haven't got a close below it. We tested it 2 times. Just basically, geez, this thing becomes at oh, it's almost at a little below 50 50 moving average. Yeah, we don't need to see a close below 66.76. Just mark that one. Okay. This still has a blue dot, so this will flip the thing pink. It's gonna go then. So definitely gonna put a downside butterfly. So this is good. NDX is pink. You see, there's something is just, I don't know, some of the portion of value is holding it, but it's just very choppy though. If you look at them, see pink here, blue here, and pink here. You see how close they're triggering? This is why if you ask me, I think the market is gonna go sideways to end this year. That's it. It's getting too choppy. So yeah, nothing confirmed, but see, this is blue. So the NDX cash is pink. This is still blue. So it's gotta, I'd rather focus on ETFs. So this is a SPY. It's a blue 665. So rather to focus on that one, so let's do a SPY Qs. That's the blue 608. So we have a blue dot, but we have sell signals on all of them. That's the biggest drawdown right now. IWM, this is a pink. You see sell, that's the pink dot right there. And this sucker right there, and it's already weak. On the rotation as well, rotate growth is just it's not definitely not helping at all. And the diamonds was blue, so it's good. We need to defend 467. Okay, so it's just basically down here. So if out of everything we just looked at them, the weakest peg right now is the Russell 2000. Okay, based on the rotation, weekly sell signal, daily sell signal, right? So it's this and rotation. So you got 3 confirmation now. Okay, you cannot run anything again because it's the index by itself. So if you put all those 3 things together, what does it tells you? Well, what thing you think the next what 6 weeks is gonna just rip right back to the highs? I don't think so, unless something come up or whatever, you know?
And what about putting a downside trade on that, or using it as a bit of a hedge where we go long, SPY and short Russell?
Yeah, but you're not gonna get too much of a weakness on Russell itself.
Yeah, yeah,
You have to, this is another. They don't just because they don't like actually fully trade inverse to each other.
yeah,
If the momentum is like literally weak or this and then like if S&P is gonna pop like 50, 60 points, Russell will hold it probably like for 10, 12 points.
yeah,
It's not gonna
exactly.
show that, yeah. So it's
Yeah,
always, yeah, it's very difficult to hedge, like to short one against the long.
yeah, yeah.
Yeah, the overall weakness, yeah, is gonna hit them harder because it's
Yeah.
already weak.
It's better to almost look for individual plays within that
Correct.
sector. Yeah, that's a,
Correct.
I was long NVDA on Friday, and I shorted SMCI against it as a hedge.
Okay.
Um, there's an just for the group. There's an article out there. I can try to find it and post it. Supposedly, and I've only seen one article about it. That supposedly NVIDIA is working on designing their own racks for
Oh,
their chips, which would be a huge hit to SMCI and to Dell. And there's a few others,
damn.
Cisco and HPE. But the main two, I think, are SMCI and Dell. And if that happens, first of all, like those stocks are good shorts, and Nvidia's earnings, their revenue is going to go up a lot more. So
Of course.
just just a little tidbit.
NVIDIA trying to find a way around everywhere possible just to
Well,
make the entire depend on
why not
NVIDIA.
when you're the juggernaut,
Oh, yeah, it's true.
It's
You see,
and they can probably design it better because they know their chips the best, so they can probably
correct.
design it from an energy and from a cooling point of view, right?
Well, but don't is it an the what's it called? Taiwan Semiconductor is the one who designed all the NVIDIA chips, anyways, makes all the chips.
Sure, makes it, but from a design point of view and from an
Yeah.
um they know their systems in and out the best, right? So,
Yeah.
but I actually, there was another thing that Jensen was asking for more supply out of TSM. Can you look at TSM, by the way? I know you looked at Avgo and it looked weak. Do you
I
mind if we
didn't
look?
even look at TS. What is it? TS.
TSM, yeah.
Yeah. There's a sell signal still
So
holding a blue dot. See,
I I like it. I think it
oh,
looks
it's a
good.
strong company. Oh,
Yeah, and the valuation's not crazy. It just moves very like stair step, like it goes to sleep for a long time and then it just has a move.
yeah, they're
It
yeah,
can get
weekly.
boring.
Weekly is good. Yeah, this thing is gonna this one literally the mirrors SMH. You see the identical charts.
Hmm.
So if you look at the SMH and if you look at TSM, as you're just basically trading the same chart on two different names. So they're very, very similar. And NVIDIA, you're always going to have a much higher, more upside,
Yeah.
because it's just the yeah. Like if you look at the SMH, you see just, but the daily is it's a little bit weaker right now. I don't know what the rotation looks like, where it is on the rotation graph, but yeah, daily
L-
is. If you look at the move right there, it's just sideways.
yeah, yeah,
It's
it
just
looks like it might have one more move eventually at some point.
yeah, just gotta watch. Well, in upside, the sorry, the downside it has to hold is this 279. So it hasn't really closed to 284. See, tested it yesterday, but it bounced at 284. You want to close below 279. So just that's the print you gotta watch. It has a sell signal, which we can see that we're getting this weakness here, right? But the point right now is that you don't want to the see a close below the 279. But that will appear the pink dot. Right now it has this blue dot right here. See? So you're fighting this chop fest here, but with the hope that 279 can defend this somehow and then it can work his way up. So I don't know. We have to look at the rotation and stuff. You
Uh,
can't just randomly look at the
uh,
chart.
Out of curiosity, will you look at SMCI and Dell and look how bearish they look?
Oh, I know. I
SMCI
looked at it yesterday.
looks horrible.
Oh, yeah, I know. I looked at it yesterday. This biggest thing is smoked. Look at that. It's still up 19% year to date. I don't know how.
Well, that it's got more room to the downside.
I know Dell is getting, I know. I
Yeah,
looked at this one
looks
yesterday as well.
and you know Dell's a good company, but most of their margins are thin on the hardware stuff, right?
Yeah.
The juice was from the data center.
Yeah, it's right between 50 and 200 now. There you go. That's become the sandwich trade right there.
So on a bounce, it could be a good short.
Yeah, 150, you need to defend 155. I mean, it's quite a bit of, I mean, since then, we still got quite a bit of weakness here. Yeah, you want to catch the entry as close as possible where the signal triggers. Later entry can bite you because you missed out on quite a bit of move to the downside, but you're still like, oh, I want to short more. Yeah, I mean, of course, everything, things can slide more, but you try the best ideal entries are always as near as possible to that day where the signal triggers. But this is a daily bar anyway, so this triggers on 11:4. So this is 11:5. So 11:5 you have to get in, somewhere. It's open the trade. So you in the trade and then just have to give some time and see how it goes. Yeah, it's just yeah, Russell just This is the S&P 600 small cap. These are the 600 companies that actual makes money. Okay, they have like 2000 is a dumpster. Okay, like 80% of these companies in there are negative EPS. You know, so small cap 600. Okay, these are the ones that if you ever want to consider buying small cap stocks, these ones have fundamental, like, has much, I mean, 34, because a lot of them. These stocks are ready to move in the next coming days and stuff. So some of them have little thin liquidity and, um, I mean, I gotta have to go them one by one to see which stock and yeah, these are good share buys. You don't have to really fight I don't even know none of these companies, to be honest. So I do look at them. A Concentra Group, oh no, what is it? Oxford, I've heard about this one, Oxford Industries. I think it's like a clothing or something. Corn Ferry, KFY. Just gotta have to go here to, there you go. See, got a very choppy buy signal triggered here. Still consolidating. You see, these are tough ones. The little PRG. I don't even know what the options has. You see, a lot of them are going to trigger that buy signal because the rotations are improving. So I'm just looking for some little far away. Let's check some of them here. Where's there's nothing here yet. Yeah, I just gotta go one by one. But the two different softwares, so H HZO. See nothing here. Got a big pop yesterday. CNEX. So just what this one has a buy signal here. A bullish engulfing candle yesterday as well. That is a probability. I don't even know what company is this. That doesn't look that bad. It's pulling back. 3-point ATR play. I mean, it's just uh, oops. Rotation definitely looks good. I mean, it's starting to improve. So if we do this, just measure at least this swing from here to here. 93, so we're at 89. I wouldn't worried about. So we're 90, 84, 84, 90. That's 5 points. Yeah, it's between this 200, it's up 37, not bad. Up 37% year to date. Yeah, this might get a pop right there to this move. These kind of a bets, I mean, I take them all day long. Screw it, just throw the trade, throw the trade and see how it goes. Structure is fully built up. Take a shot. Don't even think anything. What is gonna happen? We'll deal with that later. This one is a buy as well. Concentra Group. Yeah, these are S&P 600. They're the one that actually makes money. They have decent earnings and stuff, and it just it just filters them. Mid cap is rotation is not as attractive. There's few names always gonna pop here. Mid cap. I got a KB home here. I'm just looking. DHI, the Horton was there. These are all 400 mid cap. Some of them are here. What's the other one then? Warner Music. It's Cube. Nothing here. So man, I took a big beat. That's gonna be a tough one to fight. SOGN. This one is given. It's just this is just ugh. These kind of a big, huge dips are just gonna take forever for this thing to recover. I mean, these are I don't even know they're option chains and look at how it trades. Look at the chart. Yeah, I gotta be careful. Some of these trades. PCH. So it looks good. Ooh, the big retracement to the downside. Flat for the year. I don't even know these companies, but that they're very choppy trades, you see. They grind higher, but so you gotta stick with S&P, man. They're more liquid stocks, and um, I mean, there's few companies there that will trade, but these companies, but most of these option chains are not liquid. That's the problem. The top ones are always gonna be 50. It's gonna be the top of the set. These are the ones 50 top, the 50 group. These. That's what I'm saying. Pepsi is good. Adobe needed more. Microsoft is working. Visa is trying to wait more. It's gonna turn. I think Visa took a hit yesterday along with this MasterCard. I would go long Pepsi for sure. Pepsi definitely looks good. Mm. You can expand. I mean, I do it this. You can do 200. That's good. If you want to go to 500, we can do 500. 200 is that includes all the 100 stock plus 100 more. Yeah, S&P 500 has a lot of stocks. Boeing here, that's what I'm saying. I'm watching Boeing really closely. I want to get Boeing. I know this rotation is trying to improve. I looked at it yesterday. Pepsi, we can get on Pepsi. SYK is another one. I bit a medical, healthcare stock, SYK, and ELV, we looked at them earlier. So these two are healthcare sector. This will be XLP, right? Consumer staple. This is going to be industrial, right? This is healthcare right here. So this healthcare, Microsoft, of course, they're right there. And Adobe is one software here. So something to watch here. That doesn't mean I'm going to open like five, six positions on Monday. It's not going to happen. But this is something to keep an eye on. Okay. And then we'll see what is other, which is, which we don't see it here, is somewhere sitting here. It's gonna curve. When it's gonna curve, then the system is gonna pick it up. Okay. All right. Stop.